We are live. Welcome to the Window to Our Mind pod number 3. How are you, Gray?
I'm doing great. It's awesome to be here, man. It's a new week. It's great. But yeah, excited to be here talking about red pills.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Um, DC will join us when he can. He told us prior that it would be a bit late, so that's expected. Now, I gotta say, I found out about the Red Pill content last year, early in the summer, so maybe like May or June last year. And for a good chunk of time, I was really into that content, but I was in a dark place last year. That's the thing. And anything that sounds like Kool-Aid, if we can call it that way, I was taking it. And this year I realized I was kind of wrong to like root for all of these channels, but it took me a long time. I will admit I only unsubbed to most of them uh, a few weeks ago because I realized some of
Really?
the red pill content is kind of bad. And this is why I decided let's talk about red pillars, the good and the bad
Hmm.
of it. So, what do you think of that kind of intro into the topic?
That is kind of interesting. So I actually knew about red pill like a long time ago. But it used to have a different definition. Like the pills have changed over the last few years, if you will. Of course, I remember it from like The Matrix. Which pill are you going to take? Um, so it kind of always represented like I don't know, essentially like a perspective being dramatically changed by one option. So they used it kind of politically here in the US for a while, and like a lot of the whole, it was pre Donald Trump, but a lot of that kind of alt right thing, they were using like red pill in that metaphor as well. But in the last few years, it does seem to have shifted to the manosphere, which I also kind of knew about. I kind of heard about that stuff. A buddy of mine was getting divorced, and he was trying to get custody of his kids, and it was just like it was a horrible experience for him. So that was kind of my introduction to like men's rights and men's rights advocates. That seems to be one way that some of this kind of branched out of, and then some more of it kind of came out of like the pickup artist community, and then they kind of merged and created this. I don't know. I've heard it called like bro culture. Well, it's not really bro culture. It is the manosphere, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly what year, but a few years ago seem to have adopted the whole red pill thing, which kind of makes sense. It sounds better than I think they were using MGTOW before that, men going their own way. So yeah, it seems like this is a better metaphor than that weird word. But yeah, I guess I kind of knew about this for a few years, but only tangentially, never really like dove in. Can I ask you? So you seem to be kind of interested in it. You're saying it like you were in a dark place. Was it kind of helpful at the time, or
Yeah. So basically, it's the entire 2022 had a lot going on in my life, and at that point, I was kind of uh, healing from past relationship I had, and on top of that, I was like a bit of backstory for me. So for like 5 years, I worked in security, and uh, after the fifth year, by the end of the fifth year, so that was basically the end of 2021, I actually quit a job I needed to quit because that job was where I had one of my burnouts. Um, and I was really on a dark place because I really liked that workplace, but it was toxic for me, that environment, and that burned me. So the best way to solve the issue is to leave the issue. And coming into 2022, I got a new job in a call center, and I didn't like that job at all. I truly hated that call center.
call
Um,
centers are the worst?
but that was what I had at that time, and I still worked there for a year, basically the entire 2022. I worked there, and I was on a dark place because I was consuming a lot of really negative content because I was feeling better. I guess the reason why is I was seeing stuff worse than my case. I was seeing like, oh, I'm not the worst there. I'm there's worse than me out there. And that's really like the wrong way to approach content. Like if you surround yourself by negative content, you will become more negative, and it's a never ending circle. And that's why I say I was in a dark place, because I left a job I liked for a job I didn't like. On top of that, I was still healing from past relationship, as I said. Um, and this mixture made me feel not really that great in 2022.
Mm,
Um, and when you're vulnerable the way I was, it's very easy to just look at all of the worst you can see. It's like it's comforting in some ways, even if it's not LT. It's a way you can picture stuff. So that's why I was on
for sure.
a very dark place. Um, this year was much better because this year was like the enlightenment, if we can call it that way. I realized a lot of
Nice.
things. uh, it was still a rough year because I had other issues, but this year I was clearly better than last year. So that's the entire context. I kind of broke the circle. I finally decided recently to cut myself from the like manosphere content. Like I think
Hmm.
we kind of answered already the question, but regardless, I will still ask them a bit later. So now, okay, we got a comment here.
Oh, nice.
Okay, well, me with the
Hey,
Red
hey.
Pills
What's up,
boys.
Vin Vin?
um,
That's the one and only Vincent Martin. Good to see you, sir.
so we will see how it goes. But this year, I realized, okay, Red Pillars, like a lot of the ideas they promote, are good, but there's also a lot of bad ideas, and the bad kind of
So
overrate.
with that, do you well, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, do you think you got any benefit from being like in that sphere? Like they do talk some about self-help and some about health. Like, do you think that part helped or
Yeah,
did the negativity just outweigh that?
that part did help, but the negativity and it they like nuance. That's the thing. They like nuance.
Hmm.
It's for them. It's all black and white, and a very easy way to compare them is the anti-woke crowd. There's no nuance,
Mm.
and this is why I fell into that circle, because last year I was really into like that circle of the internet, and I it's only
Mm.
after I realized what they were doing, and only after I realized that was changing me into something I didn't want to be, that I decided to step away from the anti woke crowd. By the end of um, 2022, I basically decided, okay, I unsub from a lot of these anti woke crowd, and the same thing just happened with Red Pillars. Now I still kept a sub on a few more nuanced one, but the irony and the funny thing about that, most of these nuanced takes are from women, and
Hmm.
this is very interesting because the Red Pillars, what it has become over the year, is a lot of men trash talking and downgrading women. So that's
For
why
sure. A few women have kind of jumped on board recently, but yes, I agree with you.
I find that unique and special that now the more nuanced one are what they ate. um so that's basically the entire history. So I like we already answered the question, but we will still ask these questions for
For
you,
sure.
me, and the chat. And once DC will be around, we will ask him the questions. So, question number one: what red pill means?
So, again, it's kind of changed a little bit, but the thing that has remained is it represents a perspective that's dramatically transformed and introduces new understanding. So, originally from the Matrix movie, it was, you get to actually wake up from the Matrix. So they did change that to kind of politically the same type of deal. But in recent years, it has now switched to you basically realize just how bad men have it. And I don't know, apparently there's a whole bunch of evolutionary studies that show you certain ways that you should behave from now on. So that's kind of what you're supposed to wake up to, in my understanding of it. Do you understand it different, Multi?
Well, I think the foundation of the red pill is waking up to a truth, just like what you said about the Matrix and the red pill. And at first, the manosphere and the red pillars like that was the purpose of it, but it has changed and muted it into something else. Uh, so yeah, like red pill is waking up to a side of the story. I could call it that way because there's another side and there's a truth, if we can call it that way. And the truth is somewhere in between. Um, that's what I think.
Hmm. Nuance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they
Hmm.
have lost.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like Vincent kind of pointed out, that whole like black and white or polarized. It kind of helps to sell, and it uses that to definitely spread the idea, that polarized thing. So nuance isn't really welcome, which is sad.
Uki. Next up would be: do you know any red pillars? If you know them, who is your favorite and least favorite one?
So I'm not familiar with like all of them. I know kind of the big ones, and I guess like kind of the biggest ones right now are Rolo Tomasi. I think guess Pearl is like the biggest up and comer, and then Andrew Tate over like the last 6 months became like the biggest one. Those would probably be the three that I like the least. The person who keeps getting lumped into this whole like red pill thing that I probably like the most would be Jordan B. Peterson, but yeah, I don't think he actually believes this whole red pill thing. I don't think he would accept that label, and I think it's kind of a misunderstanding of what he was trying to do, lumping him in with these people. But what about you, Multi? You said that you were sub to some of these channels. Which would be your favorite?
I had a lot, but as I said, I unsubbed to a lot of them. That's the caveat. So when it comes to my least favorite, there's two big one and obvious one for me. And even when I was following their content, the two I hated, I still hated them back then, even when I was really into Red Pill. So that was the fun part. So number one, I truly hate just Pearly Thing. Um, the reason is she just wants to provoke people. She just does say stupid shit only to get traction. Um, and it's obvious when she was saying, "Oh, women should not have the right to vote." That was only to become viral. That's like the most stupid thing someone could come up with. And
Same reason she's on my list.
but like the other funny thing is she got even worse when I was watching a content creator I really respect a lot, but I don't think she would consider herself a red pillar, or she's not really red pill, but she is someone that talk about society and special figure, the authentic observer. She is
Mm,
golden. I think she is really smart. She has very interesting video essay out there, and she talked about just purely thing, and that was hilarious because in that video she was basically saying, "Oh yeah, apparently, uh, just purely thing was married to, or she was with a very traditional guy, and that traditional guy dumped her. So she's most likely not a traditional woman. And that's like what she praised, that, oh, look, all traditional women are, but she is not. So she's like not really believing into what she is saying and doing, because obviously she is not traditional, if you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
she is some kind of hypocrite, and for me that's a big reason why I don't really like just purely thing. uh the next one would be Andrew Tate. You mentioned him as
Hmm.
well, and why?
Can I ask you, do you think he's authentically part of the red pill thing, or do you think that? So I've heard it proposed recently that it's kind of he had all of his money in crypto, and then the second the crypto kind of tanked, all of a sudden that's when he started on his red pill journey. But I don't know.
I don't know Andrew Tate well enough for that. I've only
Yeah, I
heard
don't either.
like lots of shitty takes, and I'm like, bruh, that guy has issues if he really believes what he is saying. Uh,
Hmm.
and not only that, but he got convicted of a bunch of stuff. It's like,
Well, charged. I don't know if he's been convicted yet, but yeah, still not a good look.
and that's funny because the YouTuber I mentioned, the authentic observer video about Andrew Tate, I think that was like 3 hour ish video, and I've watched every bits of it, and I was laughing my butt off. Like, she is something. I will actually like I will actually share on the chat um her channel, because I think she
Nice.
is worth mentioning. I That's like, she's on my top 10 YouTuber most likely. Um, so yeah, I will share that on on the chat. So this is the authentic observer. She is really smart and entertaining at the same time. Um, so these are my two least favorite ones. Now I will mention uh two of my favorite ones, but that's funny because I don't think they will consider themselves as being parts of the
Huh.
red
So then
pill.
we both kind of cheated on this thing because that's what I did as well. So who would your favorites be then?
Actually, I would have three, because I cannot cut like a clear cut favorite one, but one of the top pick I would get would be Courtney Ryan, which is another woman again. She is very smart. She has nuance, um, and even if I don't agree with every video she's making, I think she is really smart and doing good content out there. Uh, yeah, Vincent, that's the first video I've seen from her, and the second video I've seen from her was femininity or something like that. And she has very traditional value, but she also understands more modern value. So she's like very nuanced. That's why I like so much Authentic Observer. But anyway, I went
That's
on
awesome.
a small tangent. Uh, so Courtney Ryan, I think she is really interesting. She brings a lot of stuff the rest of the Red Pill crew bring, and she is more nuanced, as I said. Um, the next one would be this one. I'm not quite sure of uh, how to spell her name, but that's basically um, Emily Wing Queen. Uh,
Hmm.
Here again,
I don't think I've heard of her.
she doesn't make like, I'm sure she doesn't consider herself red pill, but she does mention a lot of men's issues and woman issues as well. And she's nuanced, she's honest. Um, yeah, Emily Wing, she is mainly on like, I believe, Facebook and TikTok. And the third one would be let me make sure that, yeah, okay, Patience Xina. I think you may have heard of her or seen something from her. We will eventually cover one of her videos she did eventually. Maybe not today because I
Nice.
got a perfect example of a red pill video for today that will debunk
Perfect.
or support depending on how it goes. So yeah, the three I mentioned are all women, and they are more nuanced than all of these men that hate women. Uh,
And Pearl, but yeah.
yeah, Pearl is awful. Don't watch her,
It's
please.
not all men that hate it. She jumped on the bandwagon as well. But yeah, that is kind of interesting. So yeah, so I chose Jordan B. Peterson just because he keeps getting like lumped into there. But yeah, I really don't see him, like sharing any of the values with like the red pill community. Like a lot of his are just kind of like traditional things. So I don't know. I might have like cheated on this. Perhaps I should
I
have
did
looked more
cheat.
into like the community or yeah. So I don't know. I don't see anything like too offensive out of those 12 rules and then the additional ones that he has. They seem pretty decent. It seems like you'd be a better person than if you didn't do those necessarily, in my opinion. So that's kind of why I went with that. But yeah, I just can't see him actually being lumped in there. So I need to check out the three. I definitely know Authentic Observer, but I need to check out those other two. Maybe I'll learn something.
Yeah. So I understand your point with Jordan Peterson. I do think he's very interesting and he's also very smart. But I haven't seen.
He has changed as well. I really wish he'd stay off Twitter, but yeah.
So I was watching a lot of his stuff like back then in 2021, 2022, because he was speaking a lot
Hmm.
of interesting thing. Um, so I have not seen that
You
Vincent.
haven't the Cassie J one? You should. It was kind of a different view of Red Pill back then. It was when it was a little bit more men's rights, a little less pickup artist, but yeah, it is interesting. It was someone going in there to try and debunk it, and then they ended up changing their opinion over making this documentary. So it's an interesting journey. I enjoyed it. I haven't seen it since 2016, but I remember liking it at the time.
That's very interesting. And you mentioned men's rights. I wished it was like that because men's rights are very,
Hmm.
very important and they are very neglected in this woman oriented society. But the red pillars and the manosphere, they don't really help solving the issue. They feel like they just add up more. Yeah, I think I will look into it eventually, like with both podcasts.
It's worth it. There's a lot of prominent men's rights activists who are kind of in it, and they kind of explain the whole thing, and they bring up some really good points. But it's interesting. Like you kind of see somebody convert, like in the middle of trying to dunk on these people. Like, wait a minute, I was wrong. It's just kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Some have argued it's all a stunt just to get more, you know, eyes on the dock. I'm not sure. It seems authentic to me. But again, I haven't really looked into it since then, since 2016. So it's been a minute.
yeah. So number three. What benefit can the red pill bring?
Well, I think there are a lot of them, and that's kind of what is, I don't know if I'd want to say insidious, but that's kind of the hook. They do have some good things, and there are some benefits that you can get from it. There is a lot of self improvement that is done through it, motivation. It helps with confidence. They teach you, how to dress better, how to work out, the importance of that. They do touch on men's rights. There is some touch on like ethics and like some things like that. But then there's interesting ways that they kind of go about that as well. And then there's a lot of focus on like evolutionary studies, which could be cool. But again, the interpretation is a little bit weird. But I don't know, those aren't necessarily bad things. They do seem like they could be benefits, Like if you are taught how to have a little bit more confidence, how to like actually approach people to talk to them, that's not a bad thing. Not dressing like a slob, probably not a bad thing. Actually working out, not a bad thing. Touching grass, good thing. But yeah, just the way that they then use these, I don't think is positive. Did you have any more positives, Multi?
I actually have a few. So even if they are a bit extreme in their ways, I do think they are good at finding some valuable red flags in the dating market. And I bring that side because that's what the red pill, the manosphere, has become. Most of them are like talking about red flags, dating, what's wrong and what's dangerous, what to not date. And this is a double edged sword. Like, their approach lack nuance, so most of the time they will only blame women, which is wrong. But they are still accurate, and the benefit is, oh yeah, look at these traits, they can be a danger for you as a man. And the other very valuable thing you can take away from them is use protection if you don't know the girl. They don't specify that, they say that like all the time, but uh yeah, there's a lot of benefits from the red pill. Like, I didn't I had experience prior consuming red pill content, but I didn't understood as much woman prior that. Even if I had still relationship prior that, I still had places where I'm like, I don't understand this part of woman's mind and stuff. So red pill content can show you some interesting side to the dating market and women's who they are today in modern society. The other
Hmm.
good side, you mentioned it, self improvement. They talk about gym, they talk about ways you can improve. Sadly, most of the red pillars, they don't really focus on that. They mention it and they address it time by time, and yes, they address it, but it has become woman bashing. That's why
Hmm.
it's wrong. Um, so that's why I
For sure.
say the bad outweighs the good. You didn't mention really fair point and really good point, and these are you mentioned most of the strengths, and
I think there's one that we forgot that you had actually kind of mentioned. Also, like a sense of community. Like that does seem to be quite strong there. They have like chats on their live streams. They all seem to be pretty supportive for the same ideas. It can give people a sense of community.
yeah,
I don't know that it's necessarily the best community. I suppose a gang could do that as well. But yeah, but I think that's the other thing too. Like you mentioned, you were feeling kind of lost and you were kind of low. These communities do kind of bring you in
yeah,
and stuff, and they do kind of prop you up a bit. In that, they're kind of supportive as long as you're supporting what they're supporting.
exactly, and yeah, that's worth mentioning that when you're watching lots of that content, you, as a man, you can relate a lot because they do mention a lot of men's struggle, and most of the time it's like you're not alone, you're not crazy, and that aspect is really good because you're like, oh, I touched grass somewhere, but then you forget that there's also the woman's side, which is very different. They don't bring that, they don't show that. Like, when you have women's on just purely thing show, they pick and choose the stupidest people around just to farm some content. They don't try to find nuance, they don't try to find common ground, they just try to find these people so they can debunk them and laugh at them and make content out of them. That's the evil part of that. um and yeah, um I think that covers uh really good points for the good side of it. And I'm curious to hear about other people, so I cannot wait to see DC joining, and I hope Advanced Warrior will join as well. So, next question: what can be a downside of red pill content from the manosphere?
Like you mentioned, it tends to be really negative. So it is kind of focusing on that negativity. Um, in that negativity, it seems to be like a caricature of masculinity. I don't know that, especially when you get into kind of the pickup artisty type side of it. Um, and then the other part that seems to be a real downside is the misinterpretation of like evolutionary studies. Like this is saying this, therefore it has to be. The conclusion that they come to doesn't seem to, I don't know, comport with reality necessarily. And then it would be a lot of this would be considered. It gives credence to the claims of toxic masculinity. A lot of what they are proclaiming does seem to go into that kind of toxic. Oh, interesting. Nice. Um, then there seems to be a whole bunch of double standards, like things that are okay for men but not okay for women. Women do seem to be treated as objects, and there also seems to be like a lack of individuality. I guess it would really be more nuance that I'm talking about by that individuality. It just seems like women are treated like this wide swath, like women do this, where I don't know, every woman I've ever known is pretty different. So I don't know. I think those would be the downsides that I kind of see, but I'm sure you've noticed something other than I have, seeing as how you were a little bit more inside.
You bring very fair points. Now, this is coming from someone that consumes a lot of that. Like, to give you an idea, when I wasn't watching TV shows or movies, what I was watching was that kind of content for a long time because I got rid of the anti-woke crowd. So, this is coming from a someone that has seen a lot from that sphere. I was sub to easy like 10 names I didn't mention, and I won't. Uh, but yeah, they are very, let's be honest here, sexist. They have that very negative picture and image of woman based on, I won't say minority, but based on a demographic, if we can call it that way. And they said, oh, because there are some like that, they are all like that. And what's really wrong with that is the more you see that kind of content, the more you think it's true, the more you're like programmed to think this way. So it's it's programming basically, and there's a lot of psychology in what they are doing, and I won't blame them all to know that kind of stuff. I won't say they all want to turn your mind and something, but deep down, deep inside that kind of content they are doing, because they all sound the same, there's programmation to change the norms and to say, oh yeah, modern women are bad. And the more you see that, the more you associate it. A bit like, oh, woke content is bad. It's the same thing. Like the anti-woke crowd is like, oh, woke content is bad. Well, the red pill manosphere is like that. It's like, oh, mother woman equal bad. It's the same kind of connection you make. So if the anti-woke crowd is really bad, the red pillar manosphere is also really bad. And it's the lack of nuance. You mentioned it. The lack of nuance is the biggest reason why it went wrong. Because the idea is, at first it was about men and helping men, and it turned into let's hate women so men feel better. That's how it has become. And I'm just being honest here. Uh, if you're sub to many of these channel, maybe you're ready or not to hear what I said, but I invite you to unsub. That's as harsh as I can be, but as honest as I can be, because they place you on a very negative mood, and you may think it helps you, but it doesn't. It wasn't helping me, And that's funny because since I cut all ties to that kind of content, um, I actually feel better because I don't see all of the wrong side, that side that red pill focus on, because the focus of red pill is the negative, the bad, the thing that stinks. And when you focus on that, you cannot improve, you cannot move further, you just stuck there. And yes, they want you to improve, but they don't want you to improve, because if you improve, you will come to the same conclusion as me, and you will be like, oh yeah, they like nuance, oh yeah, they ate woman. So it was changing me, not in a good way. And it's the biggest downside because it's not who I am. I think there's a place for everyone in society. Yes, some modern women are bad, but not all modern women are bad. Um, that's the nuance we should have. Um, so yeah, what do you think of what I just mentioned?
Um, yeah, I agree. I would just, I don't know. We kind of touched on this before, but I guess it would just kind of depend on what a modern woman is, because there's a lot of like modern aspects that I think are just fine. Like I'm not in a place where like I could support an entire family like on my salary currently, so it would be cool if I didn't have a woman in my life that expected me to you know pay for everything. So I don't know, it would be cool, like if she did have her own job or whatever. But I don't know. I just to me, like that wouldn't necessarily be modern since, women have
Yeah.
worked for like 70 years at least, traditionally. So I don't know. It kind of depends. What do you mean by modern? Would it be like all of these
So
sensibilities that you hear on like the whatever podcast or whatever?
so basically, modern woman, based on red pillars, because they like
Mm.
nuance. It's, oh look, that girl has a body count of 300, or oh look, that girl is a girl boss that will trash men. These are the focus the red pillars have, and they will call modern woman any woman on TikTok they disagree with. And this
Hmm.
is when it becomes kind of wrong, because now they're like, oh, they see that TikTok, oh, it will trigger me, so it will trigger my audience because I kind of brainwashed my audience into thinking I'm right. Um, so yeah, my personal take on that is different. There's different types of modern woman. There's the type I don't like, and that's the type from these videos. And there's the type I do like. If they have a job but they don't spit on you because you don't have a job, for example, uh, that's fine. Like, I expect a woman to out earn me because a lot of studies has shown that women tend to study more now, and they tend to have bigger paid jobs. And on top of that, I've experienced in a lot of, well, on the previous job I like, that place was very women's driven. They will place in charge women that are not suited to be in charge just because they are women. So just because of that, um, they will all earn me. She's my boss. Even if I know more stuff than she does at work, she will tell me how to do my job because they placed her there. Um, so modern woman, there's the good, the bad, and the gray.
Well, fair
The
enough.
pun
I just
wasn't.
wasn't sure because it's like, some people are saying like traditional, as in like, like that traditional like 1950s or
we
whatever
we
trad wife. And it's like, I don't know. I wouldn't think that anything that isn't from 70 years ago would necessarily be modern. So I was just wondering if there was any like nuance in what they mean, but apparently it's just anyone they disagree with. So,
Yeah,
oh,
like that's the other thing. They place them all on one bag. Like I mentioned the nuance, my difference. Like they also expect these traditional women, but they are not traditional men either. That's the other thing. Um, oh, hi there. Um,
Hey, hey, Lucy.
so yeah. Um, it's like it's not 50 years ago. It's not 70 years ago. Time have changed. I think the red pill started great, but just like feminism or other movement like that, that it turned kind of ugly over the year. And yeah, uh, do you want to add more to these four questions or to our current discussion? Because I see the time, I think we will cover more than one video today. In the video
All right.
part. But do you want
Um,
to add more before we start talking about videos out there?
just a little bit. Just I wanted to touch on just what you were saying. I think you're right. Like I think a lot of things tend to get kind of extreme as they kind of go on. I think this definitely did. It seemed like at one point there definitely was like kind of a noble purpose for some of this, and I think that was when it was a little bit more men's rights, and it just seems to have gone in a extreme direction. So yeah, I couldn't agree with what you were saying more.
Okay, so it's very interesting. Um, so we will cover a typical red pillar. This is one of the last I sub and one of the first I unsub to. This video I haven't seen it, but I've seen the title and I'm like, oh, that's clearly red pill, and I cannot wait to see how the lack of nuance will be shown. um, there we go. Okay. So let's start that one off. And don't hesitate to stop me if you want to add something. I just hope my computer won't be potato too much today. Maybe I just jinxed it by mentioning it.
Giving women every single opportunity to succeed in life, it continues to push them further and further to the point of having absolutely no boundaries and to let go of any form of self respect.
Hey, ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them.
So I'd like to add more to this. This is one of the few things I still agree with red pillars. Uh, Please respect yourself with your clothing. I think this is one thing modern women that are dressing like that should learn from traditional ones. What do you think of that?
I don't know. I guess it's situational. It really kind of depends where you're at. Like, you got to kind of know your audience. But I don't know. I've definitely dressed provocative in my past. So yeah, like I used to do a bunch of music and stuff. I know we definitely dressed like gimmicky and stuff. I don't know. There's a time and place for it. So I don't know. I don't want to tell everybody how they should dress or anything like that. But yeah, I definitely. I guess I'm into more mystery.
I will add a bit more to this. Would you date someone that dresses like that or that dances like that on videos like that? Right now,
Well,
as if you're right now, would you
so that wouldn't be my
date them?
preference, but I don't know. He did make an assertion that like this is what the modern woman is supposed to be. I don't know that anyone's really pushing that this is what they're supposed to be. I think it's more like you could be this. Like I don't know. I'm trying to think like the things that were like push when I was a kid, like Marilyn Manson. Was everyone saying like you must be Marilyn Manson, you must dress like that, or is it, you could? I think that's more like the WAP thing. I don't think it's saying like every single person should think this, but I don't know.
You see, you
But
mentioned
they seem
something.
like they might be fun people to hang out with.
You see, you mentioned something very interesting that goes back to what I said. He generalizes. He places every modern woman in that bag. Says every modern woman are like this and dressing like that, which is wrong. And this goes back to the lack of nuance I mentioned in the past, and the reason why I decided to step away and like just unsub from all of these um, content creator. Um, yeah, yeah, but you will be judged. Some people are judgy. I am someone that judge a lot. That kind of like, and it's coming like me work downtown in the city, and on I work on weekend, the worst moment you can work, and I see so many women like underdressed, and I would never date any of them, even if they look pretty, even if they are attractive and all. I'm like, nah, 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 nah. These ones, just based on their clothing, even if I don't know them, I have that preconceived idea that they're maybe not loyal and they're just there to attract attention on them, and that's biased, and that's a pre-con idea. That's, I may be wrong, I don't know them, but that's the reflection they are giving me. That's the image they are giving me. I'm like, I see that, I'm like, not loyal. I may be wrong. I may be
Huh.
wrong. I'm not the
It
truth.
might be a little judgy. Perhaps they just want eyes on them. I don't know. Yeah, and you never know. It might be super comfortable. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. We will have a very interesting video eventually about why women are dressing this way, and it's coming from women. So that will be very interesting.
Great. Ask me how I did it. I'm telling them
It is
great.
just when you feel really sexy, it is empowering.
Okay, we are men. Um, so of course,
Supposedly.
supposedly, so of course, um, we cannot talk for them, but that raises a question for me. Uh, why would that empower you? Like, there's a very interesting take there. Some women are just proud of their bodies, so maybe that's why they feel
Well,
empowered. But
I think it's some people. I mean, like, I don't know. I've never been the one to just like pop my top off and just like hang out like on a street corner or like in the park or whatever, but there's plenty of dudes that do. I don't know. I think it's weird. Like, would you put the same thing on them? Like, they're probably not loyal. They're just looking for that female gaze or something. I don't know. It is kind of a weird like double standard because let me tell you, like, as far as underdressed people, I see way more dudes without tops on than like scantily clad women in my day to day life. So I don't know. It's a little, it's weird to me. It does seem like a little mind ready to come off and say like why they're dressed this particular way. Perhaps it is empowering, or you do just feel good. And I don't know. I'm not sure why somebody would choose to dress a certain way, but I know people have definitely mocked the way I dress before. So I don't know. I'm kind of just a live and let live type of person.
that also brings a question for me. They don't want to be objectified, which is normal and stuff. Like, we should not objectify women, but they don't want to be objectified, but yet they like when they are, because they feel empowered, they feel valued. So there's a paradox there. Don't you see it?
Well, I don't know. Like, is it objectifying a dude just because he doesn't wear a shirt or whatever? Like, I think we do have a weird standard on this as a society where it's like, I'm thinking the dude probably wants to be seen, but perhaps he just has zero inhibitions and just I don't know, slight bit cooler to not have a top. So I don't know. It seems a little weird to me. But that being said, maybe it is more comfortable to have less clothing on when like working out or something. I see this come up a lot, like at the gym, and that's probably where I see the most scantily clad people. I don't know. It's interesting to me. I don't know. I don't seem to put that same like preconceptions on dudes who are practically wearing nothing when working out or whatever.
I actually do judge them.
Oh, I judge them. I just don't put the preconceived that like this dude probably isn't faithful in his relation. I don't know. Like
yeah, I
it's
do think that. I
different.
have the same preconceived idea of man. I'm like, that guy is just there to attract attention, and it is most likely going to sleep around because that's what he does. Even if I don't know the guy, I will have that preconceived idea the same way I would for a woman. So for me, that double standard doesn't really exist, and one side does the same
Okay,
thing
but have
as
you
the other.
ever worn yoga pants? I mean, it's kind of liberating, kind of
Not
empowering.
really. Maybe I should try. I don't know.
It might be freeing, man. I don't know. So I didn't exactly wear yoga pants, but yeah, like I did have like some compression shorts that are kind of the same type of deal. And let me tell you, it does make you feel like you got more mobility and everything. Like it's kind of nice. I don't know. It wasn't necessarily for other people though. It was for my own personal use. So yeah.
Okay.
And it makes you feel really good.
Well, wait. I see that. I feel like they are downtown where I work. I know it's not, but bro, all these wrong people, man. Um, um,
I'm just saying, like it's weird.
I,
I don't have the same preconceived notion about those guys.
I'm really wondering, like, if she was bigger, because she looked like LT and all, and she's fit, she's pretty. Would she say the same if she wasn't that pretty? Is the skin and feeling good in your own skin a thing only if you're LT? Or I'm wondering, do you have an answer, even if you're just a man?
I don't
Raise
know.
question here.
I might be the weirdest one because I've never felt comfortable in my skin or anything like that. So I have no idea. I don't know.
Good in your skin.
Oh my.
You know, women, we be able to represent our body.
Okay. I agree with what she said, but expect to be reaction of the chat. Ooh. Like, yes, you can wear whatever you want, but there's the thing, I will judge you depending on what you wear, and you don't need to be mad or angry about it, because I would do the same for any man. Like, our eyes are judgmental by nature because we see stuff, and yeah. What do you think of that?
I think you should work out at a gym, sir. They've got more equipment than you'd have at your home, Vincent. Come on, man. Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you're saying. You know, we do judge. We are, you know, visual creatures, most of us anyway. Yeah, we do make snap judgments based on visuals often. I don't know if we can necessarily get away from that. So I do understand what you're saying, but yeah, I don't know. It's
Chad is on fire today. We got to do more red pill stuff in the future. I gotta say, let's rewind it just a little bit, because there's polls I want to do. Are you ever like being proud to do that kind of noise? Like don't doesn't it
I
come
can't
up
say
as
that
toxic masculinity or something?
I'm not sure if it would be toxic, but I don't know. It's definitely not I don't know.
It's not
It's
ladylike,
rude. I
right?
would put it that way. Well, I mean, what is ladylike? But yeah, I mean it's not proper if you
I don't do sound like that, like in purpose to be proud and to be noisy, but she likes it apparently. Uh, are we showing off our underneath our arms like that, all proud?
Yeah, I mean,
Men or woman?
people
I
can be
mean,
proud of.
one men or woman? Are we like supposed to be proud of having these things
I guess it
underneath?
depends on your manners, but I think if you were raised with manners, you probably should say excuse me. You could be proud of it, but the very least you could do. Lucy's got a
You know,
point.
women, we be able to represent our bodies in whichever way we want. If somebody else deems it to be inappropriate, that's on them. I mean,
Is it on them?
I mean, I think people should be allowed. Like, so are there any men's fashions that you don't think should be allowed? Like, Marilyn Manson keeps coming to mind, where he was trying to do like a whole bunch of shock things, and I believe he was also wearing a G-string, or Rocky Horror Picture Show. Should like that stuff not be allowed? I think people should dress like that if they want to. You know, hopefully not around kids. I can understand where they're saying like on the airline, should there be a dress code? It's like, yeah, probably. And I think if you have your own individual establishment, you can totally have a dress code there too. But I don't know. Could you stop someone from dressing scantily clad? I don't know.
Not really, but we should suggest them to wear something else. I mean, I will say something, and I'm not saying we should adopt that everywhere, but when I was at school, I was in a weird public school where we had, that was high school. We had uniforms,
Hmm.
and guess what? People were not bullied for what they were wearing. They were bullied for other stuff, but not for what they were wearing. So if we
Hmm.
had like that kind of code, let's implement it in workplaces and such. Like in your day-to-day life, wear whatever you want, right? But if you're having a specific code for like professional places and school, you basically discipline people to have other issues. You take away uh the clothing issue. Do you know what I mean?
I'm just gonna say, where there's a will, there's a way, and people will find a way to bully each other. So I did have uniforms in my middle school, and you would be able to tell, like, so it was like a loose thing. Like you basically had to have like a collared shirt of a certain color and then khakis. So you could kind of tell who like the poor kids were and who like the rich kids were based off of like how nice of, their version of like that shirt and the khakis were. So I don't know, like they still found a way to bully people for their clothing. I don't know if you necessarily get over that, or they still bullied people for the way that they looked in the clothing. I don't know. I understand what you're saying. Like it would take that one element away, so you don't necessarily have the choice, so that people mock you. But sometimes that's kind of how you learn. Like I don't know. I know there's definitely people who are influenced through bullying or whatever that you don't tuck in a t-shirt. So I don't know. That doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world to me. I prefer an untucked t-shirt, but that's just me. I don't know.
Very interesting. I like your take on that. Okay.
This is openly advertising. And I just don't like the way this is becoming normalized now.
I do agree. I don't like the idea that it's that kind of behavior is normalized. That kind of clothing is normalized.
To play devil's advocate, I don't know that everyone who walks down like the MTV carpet is doing that. This does seem to be like performance art here, but I get the aspect that they're talking about.
Like if I ever have kids, men, women, I don't care. If I have girls or boys, I will tell them the same thing. I will raise any of them the same way. We'll tell them, be aware of what you're clothing with, because people will judge you. People will do stuff and say stuff. Um, so I will be like, I will tell them, wear whatever you want, but if you have lack of clothes, people will not trust you from the get go. They will have preconceived idea. Um, but wear whatever you want
Fair enough.
at your own risk and perils, as we say. Uh, so, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that a lot of that's kind of my philosophy as well. I think a lot of it's, you live, you learn. I went through some horrible choices of like super baggy jeans and stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I wore like as a teen that I would not wear today. You got to kind of make those weird decisions and then kind of find yourself, I guess. I don't know. I think a kid should definitely be allowed to kind of like explore that, but I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily let a kid wear the fashions that they're showing in this video. I would kind of hope that they would choose not to do that unless, they are like at a red carpet event. Maybe some of those outfits would be appropriate. I don't know.
And to add more, us too, we sound like reasonable people with values.
I don't know if anyone's ever called me reasonable.
I think you are, based on our exchange we had so far. We didn't add a fist fight yet, and we did disagree a lot. So I think we are reasonable there. And out there's a lot of people that are not reasonable necessarily. Like they act to show the wrong example, and I think the result of modern society in some ways is caused partly by these people that are kind of eccentric, if we can call it that way, but not a good eccentric, like a bad eccentric. Like if it's a trend that people are half clothed, it's because someone decided to be half clothed in the first place. If you know what I mean. Oh, that's good parenting, I believe.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I see it, Lucy. I hope that I'd be able to instill the values that they wouldn't want to, but I don't know. That's tough. I'm just hypothetically parenting. My dogs haven't decided to dress scantily or whatever. So yeah, not exactly the same.
Good mothers still exist. I think what I tried to say is bad parents made bad kids. That's how I see it, and this is something like I learned in my special care counseling course that lasted 2 years before I dropped. Like your kids are the result of your education. It's a bit more complicated than that, but you are their first exposure to the world. So if you suck at parenting, they will suck at being kids.
I agree with you. The rules are changing dramatically all the time. We live in a world where things sort of spiral, they go out of control. What happens is if we keep, disbanding all these rules, we'll go down to rock bottom.
I 100% agree with this. What do you think of that? That entire statement she did.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just kind of depends on like whose morals, because there's definitely some very authoritarian. They see things for the better that I wouldn't agree with. So I don't necessarily disagree with what she's saying, but yeah, I don't know. There is kind of an evolution of I don't know, the way that we dress, but again, I'm not sure that is like the average. Like you might be in a specific place to kind of see this. Like I'm not sure if this would be like an LA, Florida type deal. But yeah, I'm just not seeing a ton of people dressed like this, acting exactly like this unless they're like at a club, and then it's kind of people put on a bit of a show or whatever. I don't know that it's necessarily day to day 100% what these people are dressing like, but granted.
Okay. So that's funny because that was the intro, and that's one of the longest intro I've seen in a Red Pillar content there. Usually they start speaking much earlier in the video, so I'm actually curious to see what happens next. As I said, this video I haven't seen it because I tapped out of Red Pill content. So yeah.
So what you often hear is that men do not respect women enough. To which I say, do women even respect themselves?
I was 19 and I got kicked out of my house because I was like bringing over 6 dudes a night. Like,
sister.
I don't know if she represents the average woman. I mean, granted, like again, I'm saying like, yeah, it doesn't seem like maybe she respected herself at that time, but I don't know. I've known plenty of women, and they do seem to respect themselves. I don't know if there's only one way to do that, but yeah.
I gotta say, 6 dudes the same night. It's like, I hope she wears protection, man. Otherwise, man, where are we heading to?
She just said she was bringing over 5 dudes. I mean, you gotta let your imagination run a little wild there, but I don't know. Yeah. So how many dudes is too much for one night? 4? That good? 3? I don't know.
Wow. I'd say 2.
Yeah. So I just, again, I can't see that like the girls on whatever podcast represent like the average woman. I think they curate like a specific type of woman on this show that has a specific point of view. I don't know. I agree that there is this. I know that there's a specific type of point of view that they're trying to like push on the whatever podcast specifically, and it seems to be what these kind of manosphere things are going for too. I just can't see that that's the average woman. It's just not my experience with them.
I agree with what you mentioned. So the thing is, I mentioned many times now that they cherry pick who's out there just to make all of the group look bad. But I think there's a place where they can make a point for me is when he says basically, do men respect women? And he reverses the question to, do women respect women so men can respect them? I think the thought process is good, but here's the thing. It's more nuanced than that. You should always respect women. That's the thing. But some women don't help themselves with that. Oh, DC.
Yeah,
How are
sorry,
you?
sorry I'm very late. Yeah, a lot of stuff, yeah. But yeah, at least I'm on the podcast. That's really all that matters. But yeah, sorry, apologies for being late. An
Oh,
hour
good.
late.
No apology necessary. We're glad to
Better
have you,
late than
DC.
never, man.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome. So, better late than never,
Yep.
as I said. So, right now we were on the video section, and because it went really fast, I think we will do 2 videos today. I won't go back, so it's still early in the video. You won't miss that much. But we talk Red Pillar, and I will ask you the 4 questions we can answer throughout like the first 30-40-ish minutes, and I'm looking forward for your answers. So question number 1, what is what red pill means?
Being brutally honest, I have no idea. Like,
Okay.
that's, yeah, pretty much.
So the proper answer would be it's an awakening. It's also a reference to the Matrix. there was the blue pill and the red pill in the Matrix. The blue pill consisted to stay in the dream and not awake from the dream, and the red pill was like waking up from the dream and accepting some harsh truth. Um, so that's red pill, and in this context, red pillar is with parenthesis manosphere, which is a sphere of uh, content creator of YouTubers that basically covers men's issues, as Gray said it, but they kind of turned into more extreme group where now they sound most of them like woman bashing and they don't really value women anymore. So it's basically toxic content. um, so that's how I kind of picture it. Would you like to add more to this definition, Gray? So DC can know the full context.
Sorry, forgetting to unmute. I just start talking to myself. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it would be basically be that. Like, at one point, it was kind of waking up to this like dramatically new observation. It has kind of gone to the extreme. It's definitely been polarized to where now it seems like it refers to these kind of modern woman hating movements and very I don't know, double standards for men and women. That seems to be where it's at now, but it didn't start that way. It seemed to have kind of interesting points that were like men's rights things, like father's rights and stuff. It's definitely kind of changed.
Now, since you no clue, DC, second question, I don't think you will have an answer. I will still ask it out of being polite and stuff. Do you know any red pillar?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Which red pillar would this be?
Does the red pillar also include like men hating? Right? Does that also include men?
Not exactly, but we can cheat a bit and say yes.
All right. Yeah, I do know a guy who's like that. I won't get much into, but yeah. Pretty much from the day I met him, he didn't like me that back then. And now he still doesn't like me, but yeah, he's one of those. Yeah, that guy's a red pillar, definitely.
Okay. So next question would be, what benefit can the red pill bring?
I mean, it can definitely bring a little bit less crimes done by women. But not sure if that would help a lot, but so maybe it could like it could like I could kind of like I guess it's like having the I actually have no idea. I don't know.
Do you want to take that one, Gray? Because I thought your points were really very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, it does seem like they do have like some benefits and stuff that they are kind of talking about. Like, sorry, my earphone cut out. We were on 3, right? The third
3.
question. Yeah.
The benefits.
So there did seem to be some benefits. They were talking about, like mental health sometimes, help improving your confidence, self-improvement, changing the way that you dress, perhaps changing the way that you actually like approach people. All this could be good for confidence. Also talking about like going to the gym, lifting weights, stuff like that. Like it is all good. There is also like a sense of community that you could have from, fellow people who share like-minded beliefs. But I think what we're going to get into next does kind of outweigh a lot of these benefits, and the way that they kind of interpret like Evo Psych literature, they kind of see it as like there's one particular way that this all needs to be solved for, or all this data means one particular thing. I think that part gets into negative, like kind of what we're going to be talking next. But there are some benefits that do seem positive. I just don't know that you couldn't get that from another community.
Very fair points. Well explained. I like that. The next one, what can be a downside of red pill content?
I guess more toxic people at best.
Yeah, because it's basically a form of brainwashing, and I can tell it's not really the intent, or some of people may do it and they don't even realize it. Um, I like to give the benefit of the doubt. Um, so yeah, now we are into covering a perfect example of a red pill video right now. Um, so yeah, Lucy, that's a good point. And in the opposite side, a lot of uh, modern women, and I say a lot because I know it's not most of them, but a lot of modern women are into misandry, which is as bad as misogyny, and that's another like really toxic thing to do. And the red pillar, they like to attack that, and I understand the desire to defend men this way. um so yeah, misandry as bad as misogyny, they are both like very impactful terms. uh so yeah, that's the video right now, and we are in a segment of the video tell that supposed to address important of self-respect. So yeah.
Six dudes in the night, like at the same time, or like
No.
after the other?
Yeah, one after the other. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with having a fans account. There is nothing.
I got a lot to say. I will ask the panel if guys would like to say something.
Well,
There.
I didn't know if it was like a group thing or individual. Now that answer is known. I don't know if there was like a take a number thing, or I don't know. Interesting.
Yep, definitely interesting.
So I may sound harsh there, but I don't think she respects herself by doing that. I think she's just there to provoke people. I don't know how much that what she said is true, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were true. And it's like you don't value connection. Don't tell me you got a connection with six guys. It's just for fun. And is it is it a like addiction? Is it like something else that makes you want that many guys the same night? Like all of these deeper needs she tried to like suffocate with this crap. I'm really wondering, does anything I said make sense for any of you?
Yeah, it definitely does for me. Yeah, I do understand.
And even Lucy brings a very interesting point there. From what I remember, she is calling a time when she was a drug addict, and obviously bedroom fun addict. So it's wrong. Like if you're addicted to that, try your best to heal from that, and you're not healing from that by adding more to it. It's like someone that's injured, he will keep stabbing himself to like make it worse. I don't know. Now the second part is like the only fan part. Um, what are your takes? Starting with Gray, only fan. Is it wrong?
I don't know. Not necessarily. It wouldn't be my choice, but yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't choose to like disassociate with somebody because I know that they do that. Like I don't see that as like a taint or anything like that. But it's definitely not what I'd be looking for in a partner. It would make me look at her very differently. Yeah, I don't know. But that being said, if someone decides that that's what they're going to do and it seems to be healthy for them, I don't really have an issue with it. It just wouldn't be something I'd pursue.
What do you think of that, DC?
Yeah, I think it's straight up wrong. Like, I am on board with you, Multi, because like I like having a relationship with that many guys. Yeah, it's not believable, like at all. And yeah, I do agree. It's just for bedroom fun.
And yeah, like OF accounts, I mentioned it last week a bit, and we will mention it in the future as well because eventually maybe that will end up being a team. But I think OF is really bad. Uh, Great, you're making money, but you're selling yourself. Basically, you're. Let's be honest, you're like a bedroom fun worker, but you're working for yourself instead for a higher boss or something. And we can see it as empowering because you're your own boss and stuff, but you basically leech on people insecurities. You basically leech upon people loneliness, and it's not that great. It's not really moral, OF, and OF doesn't help anybody but the person making the content. It doesn't help the people paying for that content because it doesn't really bring them something. They have that placebo when they consume OF and stuff. It's not a fix. It's an illusion. Um, I'm wondering what you guys are thinking about what I tried to elaborate there.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's someone's choice. Like I'm trying to think, like if somebody was a model or something and they did like nude modeling, but it was, classy or something. Like say they were, the model for like painters in like, the room of like 10 people painting them. I wouldn't feel any different about that. What's kind of the difference between that? Like there's still like, 10 people in a room seeing her naked, but I don't know. Somehow that's different than like logging
They
onto a website and paying a subscription. Like you're still paying for the class. I don't
they
know. I don't view it as much different than that, but I don't know.
they
That being said, I wouldn't pursue somebody who's doing that. That wouldn't make me feel secure in the relationship necessarily.
they they basically the people in the painting court and art and stuff, if they do painting, it's also something creative. They trade something out of it, so there's still benefit there, and they want to learn, and they will have grade based on the painting they do or whatever. So I think that's a big difference there. um OF is not good. If you're subscribed to OF, I invite you to unsubscribe to this crap. It just leeches on your insecurities and stuff. I will never date someone with OF.
Okay, but
And
what about somebody who is like a model for like, like again, like an art class or something? Would you view them completely different in that?
yeah, because that's an art class. That's different. That's something where everyone benefits equally. I'd say maybe the school benefits a bit more than the group because that's the school that gets money. But even there, the student have something of substance to gain from. It's it's a learning experience. Um, OF is just like
Arguably,
it's
people are learning from OnlyFans. I
what
mean,
are they learning?
um,
How to
you
unzip
know,
their pants?
possibly, possibly what $5 will get you. I don't know. Like, there are things, but
Okay. This is actually very interesting. I will ask. Gray and DC, are we taking a risk there?
No, LG is awesome, man.
Okay.
He is a little bit more closely related to this subject. So he's a DJ at a particular type of club that you might not enjoy. But
That's fine.
yeah.
I said it in the past. I don't want to sound like a freaking echo chamber, so that's fine. That's why I'm asking Gray and DC, are we taking the risk? I'm wondering if we have any way to contact Lawrence, because I will not drop like the
yeah, man.
StreamYard.
I could send him a link if you're down.
Yeah, give him a link.
Yeah, let me do that real quick.
Perfect. So you will have a link, Lawrence. We are very open to have guests. I'm hyped, actually. I still wanted to ask both of you because we are equals, you know. We are making this show. I'm not the only one there.
Yep.
So I guess we will wait until he gets or she gets the invite. I said agree many times. I don't want to sound like an echo chamber, so that's fine to disagree. No, it's not intruding, bro. It's all good. It's all good. You don't intrude. So if it's your first time on watching this podcast, I will basically tell you this: we had guests in the past, and I want guests in the future as well. So you're welcome. It's not intruding.
I don't know.
at all.
Usually I'm one of the more like prude people, I guess. I guess I usually talk to some very open-minded people, but I don't know, where would that line kind of be? So you were saying like art doesn't necessarily,
Because
I don't know.
if you're in a classroom, if you're in a classroom, everyone gets benefit from that. Welcome, Lawrence. I'm glad to have you on.
Hey, man.
So I will just quickly answer to Gray. Like, the big difference is really like the learning experience. That's what I value, because I said it in the past many times. I value learning. Learning is important. You should never say no to learning.
Right.
And that's why I'm open to hear other people perspective. And OnlyFans,
What if
you don't
teach
learn.
like pole dancing on OnlyFans?
What?
You
Yeah,
know,
true.
like,
Well, true.
that's-
That too. I was gonna say, well, OnlyFans was originally created for musicians, artists, like for people to create with to connect with the artists. Before
That's where I first heard about it.
Before girls started, e-thotting it up on there. I have no issue with it because I like Gray was saying and it was mentioned in the chat. I DJ at a strip club, and I have no problems with it. It's fun overall. It's a good time. I enjoy it. The job itself, I've had discussions with Gray and we've talked about it. The job itself is a gray area, and to kind of go back, because I kind of, if you don't mind, I came in on the end of the part where y'all was talking about what Redpill was, where y'all were trying to understand what Redpill was. I had just finished my stream myself. I was playing that new Sonic game. But from my understanding, the red pill is, like I was saying, like a reference to the Matrix, waking up and recognizing waking up from what we've been taught from mainstream, like, how, especially when it comes to women and how women tend to act, the hypergamy, the nature of how a lot of women act and how a lot of it is taught. Also things like men's issues, mental health, basically in my mind, it's supposed to be stuff that your father was supposed to teach. But since, with the rise of single parents in the home, and the lack of fathers in the home, the red pill community, I believe, rose up because of that lack of fathers. You know what I'm saying? And it did become, I will agree that it did get a bit on the, a bit much. And that extra side of where it's the other end of the pendulum's kicking back. You get what I'm saying? The hating on women and, oh, well, she does OnlyFans, so she's automatically disregarded. and that's something that I disagree with. Like, period. Like, you may not want your girl to do OnlyFans, that's fine, or you may not agree with a girl doing OnlyFans, that's fine. But the very second you start doing this, oh, because she has OnlyFans, she's less than. That's where I have the problem. Does that make sense?
I completely agree. And
I
kind of
understand.
how far back would like the history have to go to? Like if somebody did it like years ago, but they're not currently
Yeah,
doing it, would they be off limits or?
right. And that's where you run into the problem. That's the other thing. You run into the problem. Well, they did it. Well, some people were like, they wouldn't care how long ago it was. The fact that you did it is already bad enough. So,
For me,
and
yeah.
that's where you have to like sit down and talk with the partner, because honestly, I've worked with girls and that do OnlyFans, and you would think that they're automatically just going out of the way and doing sexual stuff on there. Some of it is just lewd at best. I've seen some girls that are literally just, they post themselves like modeling on OnlyFans, and some of it might be a little bit risque, but that's as far as a lot of the girls will go. You know what I'm saying? Now there are some girls that will take it to a sexual level, sure. But from what I've seen a lot of girls that do lewd, if that's a classification. So
For sure.
that's
There's
something
definitely
that,
like some cosplay stuff too that is not completely sexual. I
right.
mean, like it's definitely tinged, but I don't know. I think just because somebody's on the site, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily think less of them.
That part. That's where I'm at with
yeah.
it. I would say, like, when it comes to stuff like that, you have to, one, you got to be careful with yourself, because believe it, bottom line is like, a lot of this stuff is one of the things that, I guess, how do I put this? The stuff that I feel like what Red Pill has been good for is that it exposed how a lot of women tend to operate. Not all women operate like this, but a lot of women tend to operate like this, and a lot of it is taught by women how to, for example, have multiple partners, keep multiple options open, to their vetting process, if you will. And I'm using that in massive quotes because a lot of times a lot of the girls don't vet right anyway. But that's another thing, and how a lot of men feel like they're being used and played. You know what I'm saying? Because we're still taught one way. We're still taught to, okay, pursue one woman, to treat a woman with respect. But then we also are not taught that, okay, well, a woman has to be worthy of your respect. You have boundaries, just like how she has needs and wants and boundaries. You have, as a man, have needs and wants and boundaries as well. So, especially if you're expected to provide and be the sole provider, okay, there's nothing wrong with asserting your dominance in an area and saying, hey, look, I don't want this. If you want this from me, I don't want you to do this type thing. Does that make sense? Am I getting through
Yeah,
to you?
that makes sense. I understand a lot of what you said, and I do agree that if the manosphere had so much influence, it's because of lack of fodder around. And
Yeah.
this, I fully 100% agree, and it's because a lot of men need a father figure, because that's what we need. Even women need father figure. I can bet some women that fall into some rabbit hole it's just because they didn't add that father figure around.
Right.
I'm not placing that stamp on every woman, but I will say that some have issues because they don't have a positive father around, or a positive father figure around.
Right.
And I can think of many example of girls I know. I won't mention anybody, but I've seen it unfolding. I know their stories, and it's a tragic one, but that's reality.
Yeah.
This is why I think the rise of single parenting is very sad.
Right.
It's one of the saddest thing we can have in society. but that's just me thinking and talking. Thanks for sharing a lot.
No problem.
So, since you just arrived, I will ask you all four questions, even if technically speaking, you already kind of uh, answered some of it already. I
Okay.
will still ask you the four question.
Go for
So,
it.
question number one: what red pill mean?
Okay. Well, I guess I didn't know you was gonna ask more questions, but yeah, red pill basically, in my personal opinion, is basically um exposing, giving realization to female nature, okay, to the world around you, being aware of your surroundings. Um, what meant, just different from what you've been programmed to think. So that means, female nature, you know men tendencies, your own tendencies, personal tendencies, being aware of yourself, and the reality of life and what you can do to change and adjust.
Okay. Number two: do you know any red pillars? If you know them, what is your favorite and least favorite one?
um I know of a couple of red pill content, like content from a content creator space. I've followed a couple from time to time. A good one a good example that I would say, or a couple good examples, if I may. Mediocre tutorials and reviews is a good one. Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. He was pretty solid, uh, for the most part, until the women started getting on the show and started messing with him. Because believe it or not, before he got really popular, he was actually talking to women. He was actually talking to men about themselves, and then women started calling in the show, and then that's when he started going on that route. But but even then, he still didn't have he didn't really care much for that. It just happened. Bad examples. What is his name? I just had his name in my head. Not Undead Chronic. Undead Chronic is a bad example. Okay.
Okay.
I was like, ignore who? I don't know who that is. Oh.
I don't know. I was just typing something in the private chat. Anyway, next question would be: what benefit can the red pill bring?
Benefits. One, like I mentioned earlier, self-awareness. Self-awareness about, I think like Gray mentioned earlier, community, with other like-minded men that will help out, that can help you be better. Like that's which is what's needed. And I think that was what's lacking, which was, I think, was supposed to be the purpose of Red Pill community. Bringing like-minded men together that can, help build each other up, with resources, whether it's financial if possible, or moral, emotional support.
Yeah, really good points. Um, Next up would be what can be the downside of red pill content?
Downside of red pill content is, I would say, when you have people going into the wrong, not being able to think for yourself, or you're getting caught up with people that are negative, in the sense of, that are like watching, like, degrading, legitimately degrading women, that are just counting women out, like, oh, you do OnlyFans, or you're over a certain age, or you're, this, that, and the third, like petty stuff that could be adjusted, if that makes sense. And basically not getting uh proper therapy if needed.
That's really good points. So okay, back to the video. Except if guys would like to add more to what we just said, we can move on with the video if guys are done for now. Okay, I will take that. Nobody has anything to add more. So right now, in the video, we are in a part about importance of self respect, but that's all he titled it, so I don't know how it would go. As I said, I haven't seen the video prior.
Nothing wrong with being any way you want to be, whether it is as an occupation or if it is to just send an around like I do all the time.
No, it's not even that no one has seen them. It's that you guys haven't asked me to see them.
Wait, well, that's true. That would be.
Would you ask to see them?
I mean, well, you kind of came in. I kind of came in halfway on what a sentence was, but so she was talking about the importance of self-respect. I mean, honestly, I would say, if would I ask to see him, it would depend, because like I said, I'm not gonna go like just like walk up to her and be like, "Hey, you do OnlyFans? Hey, can I see you?" Like, it's weird. Like,
yeah,
people are weird. Like,
but I think she's expecting people to say yes, I want to see it. I don't care. There's other places I can find what I need if I want to. That's my way of thinking. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't care about that specific person. OF. Anything else guys would like to add?
Not for me.
I'm good right now. I was just going to finish her statement. Weird.
Harassment, dear.
But here's the thing: is like I want to show you my. Is that okay?
Oh no, that's why you're here. Go ahead.
I'm like worried.
Oh my god! Oh, you're really dumping them.
Yeah, I'm gonna dump them.
Yeah, all very respectable ladies.
Wow. Wow. Hey, she wanted to show him. Hey, you know what? Let him fly, baby. Let him go. Free the tatas, baby. Let's go.
She knows why she's there. Yes, I don't know if she represents like the average woman, but she's free spirited. She
doesn't.
Seems comfortable in her skin.
Right.
That will go back to what I mentioned in the past. They only show the clips of all of the worst, and when they have interviews like that, they cherry pick like all of the worst candidates.
Yeah, the ones that make their point. And
yeah.
I think that's the biggest problem with this too. That goes into the problem with why I don't necessarily. I think, what is that from the whatever podcast? I think it was, or random, or these are just random clicks.
I think it was from the whatever podcast, but yeah. So we said prior, or I should say, I said prior that they cherry pick, and this is why they're as bad as the anti-woke crowd. They cherry pick because that helps their narrative and stuff. So yeah, it's part of why it's bad to only consume that kind of product. Find better stuff to do.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not completely bad. Like it is important to be aware of. But to your point of, if that's all you consume, then yeah, you might want to be careful with that, because you don't want to get into the point of repeating the cycle, if you will. And that's why I said it's good to have a community that's like understanding, because like I said, if I'm on a show like that and the girl wants to show her titties, let the babies fly. I'm with it. I ain't tripping. Let's go. I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, some people may not be okay with that, but I'm like, it's my, at the end of the day, for me, it's my show. It's what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? So
but I agree with what you said. Like, let her do her stuff, but I would never date that kind of girl, because what do I get from it? Everyone has seen everything, and she doesn't seem like a smart person. She seems like someone that is very impulse driven, and most of the time, people that are impulse driven, they have bad emotional intelligence. It's sad to say, and it's sad to generalize, but impulse and control are part of emotional intelligence.
So here's a question for you, right? And this is because there's a paradox here. This is something that I learned a few years ago, when I was I sat back and I thought about it, right? So just like to say, for example, like that girl on the screen right there. So personally, like, first off, what do you think of that girl on the screen right now?
She looks intelligent.
Like, well, besides she looks intelligent. Like, what do you
she
like?
Looks like she is
on looks wise, just strictly based on looks wise.
She looks pretty, but
would you want, okay, if that person was for you, right? So you basically, would you want that for you? Like, so you've already assumed that if she was like your type of girl, right? But if she
physically maybe,
okay,
but not
I'm
mentally, most likely. And
okay.
I'm the
Not
kind of
mentally. She looks intelligent, sir. She looks like a college student to me.
I mean, she kind of. I mean, they both. I mean, the both of the girls look like the psychos in my town. So,
But no, like, but here's the paradox with this. Here's the paradox with this, because a lot of guys, like on some real shit, a lot of guys want girls like this that's posted. They want girls like this, but
Yep.
they want the exclusivity. You get what I'm saying? So like a lot of girls, that's why a lot of people like, well, I don't want my girl doing OnlyFans. But then if that girl was dressed like that and she was sending that video to you, right? Let's just take out the girl in the back, right? And she sent you that video and it was just for you, exclusively for you. You mean to tell me you wouldn't be happy as hell?
I mean, I would not.
I would be happy, but
Like if she was just sending
there's
to
a
you, like,
but to it. Maybe emotionally she's still really bad, and I mentioned it in the past. I'm
Mhm.
all about connection.
Okay.
So like most of my ex are not even that beautiful. There's maybe 2 out of the 5s that were good looking. I'm here for the connection.
Right, which is fine.
Just
I
because
didn't
she's dressed like that, and sorry, LG, I didn't mean to speak over you.
ahead.
Please go, man.
No, I'm just saying.
I
Like,
was just gonna say, just
you was about to say.
sorry, you go.
You about to say. You're about to say something that I'm thinking. Go ahead. Say it. Just because you dress like that, what?
Well, I was gonna say, just because she's dressed like that in like one video or one clip of a video, I don't know that you can truly get like her whole personality or her views on exclusivity with somebody else.
Right.
I don't know. I think it's just a lot going off of like one picture. I don't know, man. Like, do you have any pictures in like a bathing suit or something? Does that mean that you're like a scantily clad model? Like, I don't know. Like, you don't necessarily know the context of this. I don't know. Perhaps they're going to shoot a music video. I don't know. That seems perfectly
I do
reasonable.
get a lot of women do this for attention too. So like, I'm not like I said, once again, I'm well aware that women will do a lot of stuff for attention, which is part of what the Red Pill talks about. It's like women will do a lot of this for attention, and I get what you're saying. Multi-topic talk, like you want that connection. My thing is that connection is possible. It's just what happens is you have to legit sit down and say, let's talk. You know what I'm saying? Being able to talk, and you cannot. How do I put this? You can't just simply judge with your eyes. Like, you're judging with your eyes is important. Don't get me wrong, but like, you don't want to solely judge with your eyes, and because you don't want to fall into the same thing that the Red Pill does, because that's what the Red Pill people will do. They'll sit up here and say these women are only for pump and dump. They're not emotionally this. They're impulsive. They're this, that, and the third. You don't know any of these girls from a can of paint.
Well, the one that showed her breasts on the podcast, I clearly know she acts out of impulse based on just that.
Yeah.
Or she's really intelligent and self-aware. She knows what she has to offer, and she is taking full advantage of that.
And she wants to show her titties. Like
maybe
but
the truth is somewhere in between. We all said something. Maybe it's somewhere in between. There's
that's what I'm
you,
saying.
There's
That's
me.
why
There's the truth.
everyone. But that's why I said there's this paradox. You get what I'm saying now? There's a paradox because we want, as men, most men, we would want this. Okay, there's 4 of us in here. Okay, 3 out of 4 of us would be attracted to that more than likely. Okay, so there's nothing wrong. Like, physically, those girls look hot. Like, they look nice. I like them. You know what I'm saying? Physically.
Yeah.
Now mentally, that has me thinking, like, okay, how many kids they got? 2, how much drama they got? You know what I'm saying? Like, now
Probably still
that's
in the
just,
low digits.
you know what I'm saying? I'm already thinking, they probably done did this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm already, you have to be able to balance that out, and you don't want to be rude. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. This is
I know.
where
I'm
this is where this is where a lot of these red pill people fuck up at, and they start doing this that we don't want modern women. I guarantee you, right? If modern women didn't act the way they do now, the conversation about OnlyFans would not be that big of a deal, or sex work in general would not be that big of a deal. That is what I think. I honestly think that if women and men respected each other, like generally respected each other, the girls that do OnlyFans, it'll boom. Everybody, like, OnlyFans will be booming. Any girl that does OnlyFans will be booming. The ones that do support that stuff, it'll be cool. Everybody would be. We wouldn't have this issue. I think the problem is a lot of people are expecting this, but for themselves, and the reality is that's not happening.
That's
all the time.
Very
That's not always true.
interesting point. I like your approach. Now I would keep playing the video, but I will be right back shortly. So maybe you guys can still find a way to. Oh, actually, no, I will play it and.
I was gonna say, yeah, we can go ahead and keep going. I'm like, I mean,
Yeah.
if it's up to you.
Yeah. And when I come back, I will pause and maybe someone will summarize the 30-ish second I may have missed.
Okay.
Deal.
Which is why, at this point, pretty much everywhere you look online, you'll see women using their bodies to get attention or money from men. We seem to be living in the best era ever for women to actually make use of their brains and skills.
We are going to be coding today,
and we're going to use front-end user management infrastructure.
Chose to go into management consulting after graduating from college.
But somehow, selling your body, it's much more appealing to modern women.
When I made like $1.5 grand, and I was like, this is like double what I'm getting from benefits.
So she made this TikTok of her like filming a day in her life as an creator, and she started it off with like, so I'm a worker. So it had so many views. I was like, oh my god, I want to do that.
Now I say selling, but in all honesty, most of them are just giving it away for free. Because what you see on Instagram and TikTok, or just on the streets late at night, that is all free. Nobody's charging you for that. Now in the past, a professional, aka would put on a very scandalous outfit so that you could clearly tell that she's willing to do whatever you want just as long as you paid her. But then feminism came along and brainwashed an entire generation into thinking that dressing and acting like is perfectly fine and that men should still respect you when you do.
Look, this is a public service announcement. Just because I sleep around and just because I present myself a certain way online does not mean that I don't.
You're back.
What did I miss?
Well, so it sounds like she was, yeah, you missed some very proper behavior. So essentially,
you know what? I will rewind. I'm curious.
He's like, I want to see. Look at him. See how good. See, you see what I was talking about? That paradox. I told you. Didn't I call it? Where's my phone at? I called it.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I'll fuck with you. All you have to do is just like hit back a couple of bits.
So
I feel like
this
I
lovely young lady
okay,
was
that
just
was
saying
wrong
that
where I think
The thing is, like, I want to show you my. Is that okay?
Oh no, that's why you're here. Go ahead.
I'm like worried.
Oh my god. Oh, you're really dumping them.
Yeah, I'm gonna dump them.
Yeah, all very respectable ladies. Which is why, at this point, pretty much everywhere you look online, you'll see women using their bodies to get attention or money from men. We seem to be living in the best era ever for women to actually make use of their brains and skills.
We are going to be coding today,
and we're going to use front-end user management infrastructure.
Chose to go into management consulting after graduating from college.
But somehow, selling your body, it's much more appealing to modern women.
Okay. What you guys are thinking about that?
I don't know. It seems very general to say like everywhere you're seeing women sell their bodies for money or use their bodies to get money from men. I don't know about everywhere.
It's not true. I mean, it's becoming more prominent. Yeah, is it becoming a little bit more? I wouldn't say prominent, but like the spotlight is starting to is shining on it more. Definitely.
For sure. It does seem like society's become more open to it, but I don't know that it's necessarily. I don't know. Like he showed like a whole bunch of ladies of the night, if you will.
Oh,
And
they're about to get into it. He hasn't
oh,
gotten to that
sorry.
yet.
I thought they went over that the second time. My bad.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet.
But I just like this lady is making a good point that it is easier than other work. Possibly, it is one way to use an asset that you've got. I don't know that necessarily like forever taints somebody just because they saw an opportunity and they, are able to take advantage of that.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
It's definitely gonna make me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go right ahead, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I don't know that it would necessarily make me look at them differently or like they're tainted forever or anything like that.
Yeah.
That part. I know a girl right now that she used to be a dancer. She's not a dancer no more. She stopped because she right. But she forever benefits. Okay. This one was smart. She benefited. Okay. She's got a guy, I think a guy that she's in a relationship with or whatever. And he takes care of her, like financially, all that. To this day. Yeah. So the benefit, it's there. And I've seen girls that are literally, they use it to catapult whatever business idea they got, whatever venture they got. Yeah, it's a thing. Like you can, if you do it right, there's girls that use it to catapult their business. It is a clear thing that they do. Yeah.
So I think me and LG kind of agree on this a little bit more. So I guess can I ask Multi and DC? Yeah. So I think there seems to be like a difference between, like you said, you'd be okay with like someone who's like a nude model for like an art class because they're like teaching. I'm pretty sure you'd be okay with like a woman that you're dating being like a dance teacher or something, right? So what would be the difference if like you somewhat combine the two and say it's like scantily clad dancing or like pole dancing? Would that be off the limits now? Is this person now, because they're doing it in front of a lot of people, is this now like taboo or are they tainted?
You ask a very interesting question because I need to think about it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So
what make you think? Think you're doing the thing, huh?
Yeah, I'm thinking. So in the art class, there's maybe 20 person, let's say 20, because that's like university or something, and it's not hundreds and hundreds or something. It's like a class of 20.
Okay.
Then only fun, it's a class of thousands
potentially,
and
I have to throw that in there. I'm sorry.
Potentially limitless, but most likely limited.
Yeah. Maybe that's my exact issue. It's the number of potential eyes that did place their eyes there. And the art class, you go back at it, maybe they will reveal parts, of course, but the point of that class is not necessarily revealing the part for attracting to lust or something. It's to copy it, if we can call it that way. It's to process it, and it's not just for lust, if you know what I mean.
I think you'd be kidding yourself if you think that like that's not a part of it, or why some bad actor didn't sign up for that class. Like it's still probably there.
I was just about to say, yeah, because there, and even if the guy came in with good intentions, there could be a chance of maybe one or two guys that are like drawing that art and saying, okay, well, I'm now all of a sudden I'm attracted to this woman now. I know that's so and so. I know that's Multi's. That might be, it might be Multi's girl or whatever. But she's hot. Like I'm attracted. Like, and hey, and because I'm not gonna sit up and lie to you. The girl, there's some girls that I work with specifically that is space and opportunity. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I get that.
Yeah.
Maybe you actually made me rethink of even the art class.
Well,
I start to think even the art class itself may be wrong.
No, you're not
even if
wrong
it's a
per
teaching
se.
experience.
What I'm saying,
I'm thinking a lot right now. Guys made me rethink of stuff.
what I'm saying, and this is all I'm gonna say, right? Because this is one thing I learned. It's natural. You got to think. You can't. You got having desires, sexual desires, is natural, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. When you're putting yourself out, any female that puts themselves out, especially if you're attracted to women, a woman puts herself out there, whether it's for educational purposes or entertainment purposes. Okay.
Yep.
It's something's going to happen, right? More often than not, something may or may not happen. You can't control that. Now, yes, you advertise yourself a certain way. I get it. But my thing is, some people are going to look at you regardless. Okay. If you go on an adult website, there are literally people who will look for Muslims or fully clothed women, okay, and use that as a fetish. Okay. You're not going to stop that. Okay.
It's true. It's people are sick.
Okay, people, men and women are sick. Okay, it is. You're not gonna stop it. My thing is, you're not gonna stop it. So, if someone is free spirited, if that is how they are, or if that is what they want to be at that time, or when you meet them, cool. Respect, give them their respect. You know, you can still talk. Hey, I prefer my girls a little bit more conservative, because from what I'm gathering from you, because this is my first time actually talking to you. You seem to prefer your girl more conservative.
Yeah, I think well, I think there's a lot of good in modern stuff, but there's also a lot of bad. I think I'm really someone in between. And I know I am not a traditional man. I'm not a big earner. And I think that's the biggest trait of a traditional man. I don't open door either. That's another trait of traditional men.
That's the least you could do, sir.
I don't give a crap. They have no class. They don't deserve class. That's how I see it. You want us to be equal, right? Well, you can open your own door.
Fair. That's understandable. Like me personally, it's like very situational. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's very situational. So like there'll be times where like I open doors for anybody, like a guy or a girl, don't matter. So like especially like if I'm right there and the guy's like a few steps behind me, why not? I'm opening the door. Like fuck it, go ahead, bro.
Okay,
like,
but the true test: do you hold the elevator for people, or do you just pretend to hit the button?
Man, that's very situational.
Depends
Doug.
who's
That's
there.
very situational.
Depends who's there. I have a coworker I truly hate. She's hated by everyone, and her I don't even pretend. I just go wind out her. I don't give a crap.
Damn, that's how we feel.
Throw her under the bus.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. For instance, if I had like a friend of mine who was approaching me, I was like, yeah, I would leave the elevator open. But if it was someone I don't like, then I'm like, screw it. I'm not even going to allow the elevator. I'm just gonna press the button and just immediately go. But yeah, that's how I would go about it. Same thing when it comes to opening a door. If for instance, let's say if I'm going into a classroom and it's closed and I open it, yeah. But if I see someone I don't like, I don't care about how most people are going to say. I'm just closing the door on him or her because the guy's or her is a terrible person and I don't like them. And yeah. Yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
No, I get it. It's just really, it's like I said, it's once again, I feel like that's part of the red pill is like, really, it's part of those things where you just got to realize what you are about yourself.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And, and I feel like honestly, just be honest with yourself. Like, I get it. You might want a traditional traditional man. That's the other thing too. I hate when women try to do that traditional man shit. They want a man that's like big earner, and this is one of the reasons why I like Kevin Samuels, because his main stick was especially for the women that wanted a big earner, like a traditional man, or a man that wanted a certain amount. First off, he would ask them, do you know anybody that's that type of man? 1, 2, have you hung any around of those people? Do you know what these guys want? So if the answer to those were no, then he would like scoff at you and be like, okay, well, look, you don't even know what these type of men want. Okay, you're 25, 5'6", 300 something pounds, and you expect a man, a traditional man to want to deal with you, and that's not realistic. That's not going to happen. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
You got multiple.
100%.
You got multiple baby daddies. Now, and even then, like, you got multiple baby daddies. You got baby daddy drama between the baby daddies and all of that stuff. A lot of guys will be like, okay, well, hey, I don't want to deal with that, and that's fair, perfectly fine. So it's one of those things where you have to, like, in your mind, figure out, okay, well, what do I want to deal with? And I get it. There are consequences with the girls doing OnlyFans or sex work and stuff like that. I get it. But I feel like we're past the point now to where we can't just. I feel like we can't just demean the women that decide to do it or that have done it to whatever degree, even if it's a light degree, because you don't even know. Because some girls that do OnlyFans and they're just music artists. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I can't remember
gotta,
the
like,
predecessor, but I was like on the predecessor to OnlyFans for music. But
Okay.
it was kind of the same thing, but they didn't do videos. But yeah.
Right.
There are
Exactly.
definitely some holdovers for that, but you know that you're gonna think a certain way when somebody says they have an OF account.
Yeah. And that's really what you have as a person. That's where it's up to you to be like, all right, look, I want to change that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with that. And that's where I say the red pill comes in handy, because you have like knowing how to adjust certain things. Now, of course, you may not want to deal with a girl that does OnlyFans. That's fine. You're well within your right to do so. But you also want to make sure you properly convey that with your partner. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And my only thing is too, like, if you have a partner, and that's the other thing too. Like, I've talked with people that have like dealt with strippers, and they were like, oh, well, I'm dealing with this girl, and she's a stripper, blah blah woo woo, but then but I want her to change. You know what I mean? But then I'm like, bro, like, well, you kind of stupid of you to want her to change when you met her in the club.
Yeah.
Oh, but you could save her.
Forget about saving. I tried to save.
Bro,
one
you
of
got
my
the money.
exes.
Hey, you got the money to save her?
Yeah.
Just saying.
So to go back to what you mentioned, Ken Gray or DC share what I linked there. My potato computer is no longer there, but to add more to what you said, that's why I don't say I want a conservative girlfriend, because I know I'm not traditional guy, so I just want balance. I want something in between. And as I mentioned, there are really good things about modern woman, but there's also a lot of bad things. The question is, it's a case by case scenario where a lot of modern women are good, but a lot of them are not really something I'd like to date.
I mean, that's fair.
Yep. Yeah,
So that's how I put it.
Yeah. All right,
So,
I'm gonna share. All right, so let me.
Okay.
Okay.
So I basically froze. That's why you guys lost me for like a few seconds.
I was gonna ask. Yeah.
My computer's not doing too much better. I'm this close to getting a new one, but every time I try and share, it just starts roboting. So sorry.
Okay,
man.
so DC. Oh, that's fine.
All right.
We are in the same case. I feel you.
Yep. All right. Do you guys see it?
Yes.
All right.
Gray, can you?
Now
Okay, perfect.
All right. So
Yeah, we were right into
220.
the choosing the Egypt. Yeah,
220. I remember the timestamp. 220.
220. All right.
Yeah.
There we go.
When I made
Okay.
like $1.5 grand, and I was like, this is like double what I'm getting from benefits.
So she made this TikTok of her like filming a day in her life as a
saw that.
creator, and she started it off with like, so I'm a worker. It had so many views. I was like, oh my god, I want to do that.
Now, I say selling, but in all honesty, most of them are just giving it away for free. Because what you see on Instagram and TikTok, or just on the streets late at night, that is all free. Nobody's charging you for that. Now, in the past, a professional, aka would put on a very scandalous outfit so that you could clearly tell that she's willing to do whatever you want just as long as you paid her. But then feminism came along and
Wait, let that sentence finish. Wait, let that sentence finish.
brainwashed an entire generation into thinking that dressing and acting like is perfectly fine and that men should still respect you when you do.
All right. Is that enough?
Okay.
All right. Good.
The way I see it, I mentioned in the past, everyone deserves respect, but don't expect everyone to do so if you're
That's
not
this lady's point.
perceived as after. Now we focus on what happened before. So yeah, what's the thing of the panel there?
So that is actually a point that they have, that like, you know, you could kind of tell a lady of the night just from like appearance before. Now it is a little bit harder. You know, I have played the game like hooker or not before with my friends, and we've tried to assume, and I don't know, it is getting more difficult. But yeah, I don't know. Like I don't think that that's an entire generation. I think it is definitely a certain type of person. I think it's just painting all women with like a broad swath, and I just don't know. That's not my experience.
Once again, it's the light shine. They're trying to shine the light on this, and I'm like, I have no issue with it. And like I said, you know, a lot of how do I put this? If there's, I can't think of how to put this, but the whole respect thing, like I said, I get it. You want to make sure you have a respectable girl or whatever the fuck. That's fine. I get that. But at the same time, it's like, bruh, it's, to me, I feel like it's not that serious. It's not as big of a deal as people make it. If you find out the girl's doing OnlyFans or whatever, yes, sometimes they're giving it away for free, or that's what they're doing is they're advertising to get people to subscribe to their OnlyFans. That's what they're doing. And that, from a business standpoint, when people say OnlyFans isn't work, that's where I disagree too, because it's like, y'all don't realize how much work goes into that shit. Like setting up the shoots, the ideas, getting the ideas, the planning, the level of work involved to make a sustainable business, you know, make it sustainable enough. You know what I'm saying? If you have 5 people, say you do what, $5 a month. So you got 20 people paying what, 5 a month. What's the math on that? Somebody pull up a calculator, because I don't feel like doing math right now.
Well, I'm sure you only get a percentage of it too.
You'll get a percentage, but we'll just say percentage aside. We'll just say full gross, right? I'll pull up the calculator. Hold on, because I know people got potatoes. I don't want you to
all right, man.
Yeah. My internet's been potato the last couple of streams, but it's not been bad, but yeah, it does occasionally do when we stream, and because I'm sharing, I'm actually a little worried if you guys cannot. Yeah, can you guys still see everything?
Yeah, we can still see everything good. Everything good.
All right, good.
So right now you're looking at about 100 in a month, right? And that's just, you know, basic subscriptions. That doesn't count if girls do anything extra like custom content for customers
and whatever the tips and the super chat stuff or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Plus tips and all of that. So when girls are making, and then that means you have to keep people entertained to do this. You have to keep people
There's
entertained.
skills.
There's certain things. It's like with streaming. You have to be able to keep people entertained with this. Keep people wanting to tune in. You know what I'm saying? So you get people to funnel in with their time. They like what they see, and then they, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, the same model, but for women. You know what I'm saying? Doing OnlyFans. Like I said, some of the girls don't even do what you think a OnlyFans girl would do. Sometimes.
I think I will go back to what we mentioned before. I think it's mainly the purpose of doing something, or I should say, the result of doing something that's kind of wrong. But I will say the person, whoever is seeing the model in the art class as a lost item for fun, I think that's the guy that does that. That is kind of wrong to do it. And the idea of OF, deep into OF, what they're really doing is making money over loneliness and lack of bedroom fun from the subscriber. And it's inherently, is it a word? Inherently? Yeah, inherently, yeah. It's inherently. I can't pronounce it.
Inherently.
Well,
Yeah,
what
it's
about
bad.
just like a female streamer though? Because couldn't you argue that it's the same thing? Like people are simping over them, so they're just making money off of lonely men. I don't know. Would you not be a female streamer?
And that argument has been made clearly a lot. And then what female streamers like?
Depends what kind of streams they're doing. If it's gaming,
people have said it about gaming. People have said it just about girls gaming, and the fact that girls will be sitting there with a view like this, and she'll have her cleavage showing, and she just so happens to have cleavage, but she's gaming though.
I mean, and not sure how to respond, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I guess again, I'm not sure how to really respond to that.
Fair enough. I'm just saying there's a if you pardon the pun, there's a gray area here with this.
Yeah, I do agree. There's a gray area there.
And I think that's the problem right now. Like a lot of people don't. This is where a lot of people do not want to, I guess, operate per se. Is in this gray area, or they don't know how to operate because they want. A lot of people want that full black and white. This is right. This is wrong control. And with the gray area, it's literally up to you, right, as a person. So this is why I say you have to switch it to, with videos like this, you have to switch it to personally. And, you know, you want to be able to have conversations with different types of people, because videos like this will try to make it seem like one that, oh, all the girls are doing it, when that's not even true.
Yeah, I said it earlier. I agree with that 100%.
Okay, when all the girls are doing it, that's not true. You know, all the girls are they're just showing themselves off for free. They're basically pouring themselves out. That's not completely true. You know, like I said earlier, there's work that goes into this. If they are doing that level of work, there's stuff that goes into it. There are men out there that'll try to use and take advantage and all of that shit. But and also, once again, that goes back to the respect factor. And I think that's the biggest thing is the respect factor. We have to drop in general, and I'm not saying just everybody in here, we have to drop the fact that because a girl does sex work, OnlyFans, whatever the fuck, or porn, whatever, that she's inherently less than. That's got to stop.
I disagree.
You're
but,
here.
It's
a personal choice, but I don't think it necessarily is like a mar on them, especially since if you look at like kind of the rate that this is going, like I think you're going to run into a lot more people that have a history online.
Yeah,
you're gonna run into a lot of girls that are gonna want to that have tried it at least once, and when you start you know, when you're gonna make yourself upset in a way, you're gonna make yourself mad, and then you're gonna burn bridges with a lot of females because they're not gonna want to talk to you because you're gonna even though you may not be a traditional man in a sense, you're gonna have that similar mindset as those traditional men. Like, okay, well, oh, she does OnlyFans. I don't want no girl that's been tainted by OnlyFans. Everybody's seen her. So what? Even if she's covered, everybody's seen her. When she steps outside, people see her.
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
You know, that's why like the Muslims try to do that hijab thing where they have the girl cover her face and stuff, the head covers, and make her cover her face. All she has is her eyes, which that isn't even right. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, I don't want my girl looking at her. Like what the fuck? Like, it's not even that. It's to me, like I said, to me, it's not that serious. And I'll tell this to anybody now. The other problem that I have is girls that are doing this for the aesthetic.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of like, and are just doing it for money, but deep down they're very selfish. Like, that's when I have a problem. But if it's ones that just do it for fun and entertainment, or because they like it, they don't have a problem with that.
Well, you can like it and still want to make money. I like doing YouTube.
Yeah.
And I want to make money. I want to make money off my YouTube channel. So I'm going to work on making content that's going to get me money.
Yep.
It doesn't make me less than of a person, or it doesn't make me, oh, you're only about in it for the money. I want to make money off YouTube. I don't want to be don't get me wrong. I like the club I'm at. I like working in the clubs. I definitely would go by and visit once I definitely want to go by on my day off once I get my money up and, throw some money and come back, make some more money and do it again every week. But still, like, I want to make money doing what I enjoy doing, which is music. That's why I took the job I took.
Yeah, I will add a bit more maybe to OF. It depends on your OF account. Like, people do custom. I'm not on board with that. People who just show their bodies for the sake of it. But like, for example, a musician or someone that gives classes, then okay, OF can be a tool. So I will not discard like someone that does music on OF as long as they have clothes. It's mainly like what they reveal. That's kind of my issue with OF. But that's how you use the platform, I think. And that would go back to the guy that is on the art class for Lust is kind of at the wrong place. That's how I kind of picture OF. So,
but then there's guys that do it for art because, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I got videos. I make videos, and especially like with some of the dancers I work with, it's art.
It is art, man. It is beautiful.
It's a fucking art form. Like I got a girl. Like, I know a girl right now that I recently met, and I started working with her. Tall, like she's kind of tall. Well, she's taller than me, but then again, I'm like 5'5.5". So almost anybody's taller than me at this point. But like, no, she's like tall, long legs, big boobs, like, you know what I'm saying? And she does OnlyFans too, but she is also very good at pole work. Very good at what she does. You feel what I'm saying? Like, she's good at what she does. And
that's an art form too. Like,
there's a level of work that goes into, yes, it's erotic by nature, like burlesque shows and pole dancing gets erotic by nature. That can be, I can agree with you on that, and I guess that's where the confusion lies, because
the erotic is my issue there. Maybe that's the true thing.
The what is your issue?
The erotic, the
erotic. Oh, erotic. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like I said, to me, like I said, yeah, I get it, but like I said, at the same time, it's like, bro, like, sex sells, bro. Like, I mean, that's the reality. I mean, sex sells.
Yeah. And it's sad that it's the case, but that's the truth. I guess we can move on with the video and maybe pause it a bit later once we think it's the right moment to pause again.
All right.
Let's go for it.
Look, this is a public service announcement. Just because I sleep around and just because I present myself a certain way online does not mean that I don't deserve respect.
Right. Please drop a like on the video if you think that feminism is fooling women into self-sabotage, and comment down below what you think. I mean, it truly amazes me how much soul-destructing advice modern women are giving each other, and it makes you wonder, do women even like other women?
Women will push you like, go queen, go do that.
Okay, so I think she deserves respect, but I wouldn't date her anyway. And it's not because I don't respect her. It's I don't think she is the kind of example I would like my daughter to follow. That's how I I picture it.
Yeah.
I used to think
yes,
the same way.
Yes, she deserves respect, but she's not attractive for me because she's some kind of repellent. She thinks she can get away with anything. She sells
That might
basically
be a
her
bit
body.
far.
Yeah, I'm about to say that sounds a little bit much, but go ahead, continue.
She sell herself, and the idea of selling yourself like that, I know a lot of people do, but I'm against it.
Yeah.
Selling your body like that, your body, that's something I specify. Your body like that is something I disagree with. Like art or YouTube or music, you sell yourself, right? But you don't sell yourself naked, you know. Except if in your music video you
I
don't
mean,
wear
the Red
clothes,
Hot
then
Chili Peppers did.
oh my, you make these example, man. Yeah, I think you bring interesting point, but that I still believe my point that um, I wouldn't be driven toward that woman at all because she doesn't seem to care. Like all she wants is the money, you know.
Yep.
What I mean, a lot of women. That's a lot of the women, Doug. Like
Yeah.
that's even the
But
traditional ones.
at least the traditional one won't like get unclothed for that. If you know what I mean. That's my issue.
I'm telling you, like a lot of the I grew up in church, bro. Okay, I grew up in church, and a lot of the girls that would preach against stuff like this too, they'll be like, "Well, you don't need to do all of that." First of all, they line out the crack of their ass. They end up doing it anyway. Okay, they'll end up coming back later, pregnant with somebody, some random dude from outside of church, or somebody in the church rather, because church folks. Oof. But no, like I honestly, like I said, it goes back once again. It goes back to that paradox that I was saying. Like honestly, she has a point. She has a solid point. Like just because she presents herself on or a certain way online, it doesn't necessarily mean that is her full story. Because once again, I could tell you, I know some dancers
That's
right now.
the side she wants to show to people, because maybe.
But I know some dancers right now that
the
go
other
home.
side.
How do you know that?
I say maybe. I'm not saying it's
I
the
know.
truth.
Okay, but I'm just saying. Well, I'm just saying you wouldn't know that. But so, like, I know some girls right now. I know some dancers that literally all they do is dance and go home.
Yeah,
like legit dance and go home. Like I try to reach out to them and I can't even get like just to say hey how you doing, and I'm over here getting acting like I'm the weirdo when I'm not. I'm being extra, but I'm just like no, I'm like seriously. I'm joking on that part, but still like seriously, like think about it. Like you can't, they just because somebody presents themselves a certain way because they know it's going to get attention, it doesn't mean, like I said, they're not worthy of respect. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I think we agree on that. But I'm like, I know
we agree on that. I don't
want you to go ahead.
We agree on that, and it's as I said, it's more like I'm not supporting that, if you know what I mean. I respect the person, but I'm not supporting that kind of behavior. That's more like my point of view there.
That's what it was. Okay, so you say, oh well, I wouldn't want that for my daughter. I'm like, at the end of the day, like, what if you have a girl and she ends up doing it anyway? Because she's capable of her own self.
I will
like,
let her go. I would tell my daughter, look, if you do that, there are risks. Take the risk you want to take. That's your life. But I won't support and stand behind something I disagree with. And that's why it's also important when you pick the person you're dating is if that person has low, what I call low standard, like that, like that woman, your kids will most likely have that low standard as well. Not all cases, some people don't want to follow their parents' footsteps, but in psychology and sociology, parents do matter a lot in how the kid will grow into an adult. And this has been proven times and times. And of course, there are the cases where the kids, they don't want to be like their parents. I'm a living example of it. I don't want to be like my father.
Okay.
So I know there's a bit of everything. But here again, if I don't want to be like him, it's because he raised me and I know what it did to him.
Okay.
So that goes back to when you grow up, you basically learn from your parents in some ways, whether it's negative or positive, if you know what I mean. So
Right.
if
but
I end up,
to assume that this person, that girl, has low standards, and that, once again, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, and this is the problem with Red Pill, is like the initial part of her statement still holds weight. Just because she presents herself a certain way online, it doesn't necessarily make her unfit or less than necessarily. What you have to get to know her more. Like, you have to take the time to get to know her. You
I
have to
wouldn't be
take this on the
interested.
case. You have to take that on a case by case basis, and that's perfectly fine. If you're not interested, then that's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's something that you might be missing out on, or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You do have to kind of have a degree of open-mindedness when it comes to stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, that's just me. And
depends on
who. When I have kids, like I said, I'm gonna make sure I do my best to like be age appropriate, of course, but to like let them know that this stuff is out there, because I think that's part of the problem now, is that it was sheltered from us as kids for so long, and now all of a sudden, because we were told about how bad this was, and in a lot of cases, it wasn't. You were taught just how bad it was. It wasn't taught the full story. You know what I'm saying? You weren't taught, like, for example, like growing up in church, we was always taught that, hey, clubbing, going out to clubs and going out nightlife is this evil thing, and it's really not even that bad. It's quite literally what you make it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's good point. What you bring, I find it very interesting.
And it's the same concept applies here. Yeah, you may not feel comfortable with it, and that's fine. You're more than welcome to. That's why I say talk with these, if you can, meet an OnlyFans girl, or talk with a girl that does OnlyFans, just to have a talk.
I know
with her
a
and be
girl
like,
that does that, in
okay.
fact. And I prior that, before I already said the story without giving away too much detail, but before that, I was interested by her, despite her past, because she had a past.
Okay.
But the moment I learned that she was doing OF, I lost sudden interest, and I did warn her at some extent without too much telling her. I told her, do you know the risk of OF? And she says, I don't care. So the moment she basically said that, I was like, okay, no, I lost any interest I used to have toward that girl, because she only wants to see the goods. She don't care about the bads. And to some extent, she is also close-minded on that aspect. And maybe I'm close-minded myself, because I would not date someone with OF.
Yeah, I'm not
open-minded on other stuff.
I'm not going to personally, I'm not going to judge you and say, okay, you're this person, you're bad for not wanting to date a girl that's OnlyFans. You're perfectly well within your right to do so. You know what I'm saying? That is well within your choice. I definitely would say, all I'm saying is, as long as you do not discredit her, like, or disrespect her because of,
I still respect her. I
you know
just lost interest.
Just in general. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. And that's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I still respect her. As I said, I like shaming someone for something they do or did. It's wrong. You don't make it right by making two wrongs. Two wrongs doesn't make it right, as we say. So I think respect is still a thing. That's why I say I agree with that Jill wanting respect earlier, but I would not date her nonetheless because I disagree with her about clothing and stuff.
But just like she's forever unclean. Like, what if she did it like once? It's like 5 years ago, isn't currently doing it. I don't know. Off limits or
for me, it's I believe in second chances, but here again, there's a big gray area. Did you really work on yourself to change? Did you really want it to change, or you only pretend now you changed? That's what really matters. And time and time, people step away, and I will bring Mia Khalifa because she's the best example of it. She did step away from the industry, and then eventually she came back. So she didn't really change. She just took a break. So I don't see myself dating someone like Mia Khalifa, you know. But if for example, ex-corn actress, that's not my first pick. But hey, if she truly changed, and for example, it's been 10 years, for example, I tell a random number, and she didn't came back. She really retired. Maybe I would give a second chance to the person. But I want the person to change. If you're not the same person as you used to be and you did the work to change, I said it. I'm all in for second chances, and this applies to every sphere and everything. I strongly believe people deserve a second chance, but to get that second chance, you need to put the work and you need to earn that second chance, because otherwise you just ruin it. And I will bring an example. There was a YouTuber I was following for many years, and there were a lot of stories and scandals around him. And despite that, I was like, I'm all in for people if they do the work to change, you know. And despite the scandals, despite the issues and stuff, he kept having these toxic cloud around him, and he didn't change anything. He just remained the same.
Yep.
And at some point, I was like, "You're the same childish person. Why should I bother with you?" So I unsubscribed to that person because that person is not a good person that tried to change. He did pretend for a year or two to change, but he came back to his older self not that long after.
Yep.
So he ruined his second chance because he is the same as he used to be. He didn't really learn. He didn't want to change. He just pretended he wanted to change. And this is sad. It's waste, as I called it. So what would you say of that,
I
LJ?
have a question for you, and I was because you were saying something, right? I want you, if you can, go back in the video. Don't play the video, but go back to 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
3 minutes.
16.
Right there.
Yeah, right there. And I did that, and I paused. I had it paused right there on purpose. So I got a question for you.
Screenshot.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's for later. Gray knows. Gray's already on it. But no. So this brings up an interesting question. Okay. So you mean to tell me a girl that's wearing something like this, right? She wears something like this, which honestly, personally, and maybe it's just me, whatever fuck, right? A girl that wears something like that, or I even throw in her specifically, because that's the same one that said just because I do all of these things and I present myself a certain way online, and it doesn't mean I'm not worthy of respect. So this right here,
yeah,
you see a problem with the clothing, because I think you mentioned clothing earlier.
it's not that bad. I've seen worse. I don't see what she wears on the front. Having that bag all open, I'm not the biggest fan, but it's not that bad if she wears something on the front. I think it's more like of that picture, like she really
Hold on, let me.
objectifies herself.
This is it's a one piece dress. Like, yeah, she doesn't. The video doesn't show the. I'm looking at the video. Yeah, it doesn't show the full front of the dress, of course, but it's a dress. So it's a dress. It's a dress most likely with cleavage in the front, open back, short dress. Just barely.
It's not that bad, but the
covering over
picture is bad. That's all I
saying?
will say. Her clothing, it could be worse,
Okay.
but she clearly objectifies herself.
Right, and personally, I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah,
I
this
don't.
This is where we are different.
No, and that's fine, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
so, and I'm
past.
challenging this. There's a reason why I'm challenging this, because you had said something. You said something key earlier. Like, honestly, just because a girl, and this is what goes to what she's saying, and this is what shakes a lot of people, is that just because a woman dresses like this, right? Just because a woman dresses like this, it doesn't necessarily mean that she is a certain way. Now, if she's going to get attention, hell yeah. In that dress, looking the way she looks, she's going to get attention. Especially if she's in a place where there's not a lot of girls that look like that in the area. Like, she's going to a club and she's like the hottest one there. Okay, she's going to get attention. She's going to get stares. She's going to get guys wanting to talk with her. Blah, 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 whoop de whoop. Right. Once again, this goes back to the personal aspect of things. Like I said, and I'm not trying to get nobody to change their mind. I'm just like, I'm going to challenge the thought process, because that's just what I do. Gray will tell you. Am I lying, Gray?
Yeah, for sure.
That's fine.
And could I ask, like, okay, so I kind of mentioned it before, but like, would you be willing to date a dance teacher? They're basically doing, provocative moves, and they're somewhat skin tight dressed usually. I don't know. Would
Only
that
for
be
dancing, only for performances. Only for
It depends.
performances.
It depends. Is it in a bar or is it dance like?
Like, say they're just a dance teacher.
Dance teacher, just in general,
dance.
like they
But I
teach
mean, like,
dance, like their choreography is for like, and there's YouTubers that do choreography now. They're like, they do choreography for like maybe like different musical artists. Music videos. They've been in
case
music
by
videos.
case.
Yeah.
That's what I will say. Case by case. Depends on the person.
Fair enough. Okay. I'm just asking, because I'm gonna challenge you. I'm gonna challenge that.
That's fine.
Gray,
I said it. I'd like to repeat myself. I don't want my channel to become an echo chamber. I don't want this podcast to be an echo chamber. So it's fine if I'm challenged. That's why I'm glad you're there. Move back to 341. There's something else I'd like to add, but 341 is basically where we kind of paused it. Yeah, okay. So the guy said something very interesting. Basically FBE capital. He basically said women, they gave themselves bad advice, so it's self-sabotage because they ate themselves. I think it's a very men-driven experience. I have no idea about a woman think, because I'm not a woman, obviously. And I'm not saying they all do that, but is there some that do that? Would you agree as a man? Do you see that as a man from some woman out there? I'm asking the panel right now.
Yep, definitely.
Would it be okay?
Ask the question again. So it's a man. Are you asking if it's a man driven?
Yeah, as a man, do we see the same thing as him? That some of the women, they are into self-sabotage and they give each other bad tips and advice, so they all crash and burn because they ate each other.
Some do. A lot do. A lot of it is not just. It's based off, I would say, ignorance. Some of them are they're like with the blinders on with their life, and sometimes they don't see the forest for the trees. And sometimes a lot of women, once again with Red Pill, a lot of women they do claw at each other's throats too. Because I've seen girls that have been friends for years, then I never really liked her anyway. Shit. I've seen that happen more than once.
Okay. What about you, Gray? What do you think of that?
I could definitely see that. I'm not necessarily sure that it's necessarily like intended, though. It might be an unintentional consequence.
Yeah.
Kind of like
I
the
see
whole
that.
like feminism thing. Like, I think they were pushing for, men behave this way, so women should behave this way, instead of like, this behavior is not necessarily the best or whatever. So then it's just kind of, both sexes behaving kind of, I don't know, loosely with their morals, so to speak. So I don't know. That might be like an unintended consequence of like giving advice that's not necessarily for your own good. But I don't know that it's necessarily like every girl is catty and trying to bring down everyone else.
There's a lot of catty women out there. A lot of it is jealousy too. That's what, even with the women that talk about the girls that do OnlyFans, a lot of this is stemming from a lot of women talking about it. To be fair, a lot of it is stemming from women talking about it, complaining about it, because a lot of men would not give two shits.
Yeah,
and it goes back to what I said earlier. If women treated men with respect, this would be a nothing burger, almost. And multi-topic, like say for example, like if you were tripping over a girl that does OnlyFans, you would probably have more men be like, dude, get over yourself, dog. Go. Like, you don't want a girl that does OnlyFans, okay, fine. Go find somebody else. Type thing. But now you got that. That's why you got this mixed bag, because you got a lot of men that have been disrespected and disregarded, and a lot of women will treat men like being used, and and all that. And a lot of it is just men in their feelings. So
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
mixed bag.
I agree with everything that has been said. Some is most likely an accident. Others, out of jealousy, they want to spread misinformation and that kind of stuff. But sometimes they don't realize it's bad advice, and they think it's good because they follow it, and they don't self-reflect enough to realize it's a bad advice what they are giving.
Yeah.
So I guess now we can move on with the video.
All right.
At the end of the day, you are losing more respect for yourself by listening to a woman telling you to go out and do that thing that they wouldn't even do themselves.
Because they really do their very best to set these women up for failure, while we men are actually still trying to protect these women from themselves. Men are the ones who are most vocal about not letting men in women's sports.
Let it go. Okay. I was gonna say let it go, but yeah.
I don't think every man will try to defend them. I speak as a man. Sometimes I let them crash and burn. That's all they learn.
Yeah, and I agree. Some women I would help. Some, no, definitely not.
What about you, LG?
No, I wouldn't. Like, it's very situational, especially with life. The way life had taught me, like, a lot of these girls will ask for help and go run to the person that hurt them. So, yeah, no, we good.
So this is a feel-good Kool-Aid to amp up men's and give them that dopamine that they are good. What about you, Gray?
I'm so sorry. My dog was just barking. I had to walk back into the room, and I heard, "What about you, Gray?"
Okay, I will repeat the question.
I got it. I was gonna say, so basically the question is, the video was saying that men are the ones who are most vocal about, well, they were talking about how men are basically the ones that are trying to save women from themselves, defending women. Feminism is killing men, killing women, and men are the ones that are, trying to save women from themselves, basically. And true? that's not completely. I think that's not completely true. So what do you think?
I mean, it kind of depends how you'd like define everything, because I don't know. It sounds like he's defining feminism as everything bad. So no matter what that is doing, it is actually taking women further away. So men would be the only ones trying to save them. I don't know. It seems like there are certain advantages, like equal rights, voting rights, being able to have equal employment, all that stuff. that all seems like good, and that did come from feminism. I'm not sure that everything there is horrible, and I think there could be unintended consequences, kind of like the whole, men can do these actions, so we should do these actions, as opposed to just condemning the poor behavior on men's part. That might be an unintended consequence, but I think it is an attempt to save women from, this undesired, so to speak, like existence that they had before, and elevate them to like a better place. I don't think it's done to hurt women. I just think perhaps they're not looking at it in the most accurate light. But I just couldn't get on board with that only men are the saviors.
Right. I don't agree with that either.
I don't agree as well. So we
I don't
were all
agree
on
with
the
that.
same page.
I don't think that's always true. Like I said, if especially now, like if I'm over here trying to help you out with something and you want to go back, no, you good.
Crash and burn. I will give what I can give to, for example, the women in my life, like both of my half sisters. If I ever have a daughter, I will give them the advice I can give. But if they really want to crash and burn, let them do. You tried your best, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So you can click on play now.
All right.
It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous.
And we are the ones saying don't sleep with 50 or 100 dudes.
It's not impressive for a woman to sleep with a lot of men. It's very easy for women to sleep with men. Even average women, even below average women, have more sexual options than like a top tier man.
Or dressed like a streetwalker. I mean,
okay, I agree with everything the guy said.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Being in
if you
bands,
look at,
dude, I've had like lead singers and the drummer specifically that women just would throw themselves at them. I don't think it would be that hard for some men, but I don't think it's that impressive. I don't know.
It's not. It is. Well, the point, the main point is, for an average woman, it is a lot easier than an average man. That is a truth. That is true. That is definitely true.
What about you, DC?
I guess it's true, but yeah, not really sure who I should be on board with, but yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Okay, play.
Can you even tell the difference these days between professionals and the normal chicks that are out there? Anyways, we're only just getting started, and already you see that it's very difficult to take modern women seriously.
Okay, now he said a lot of misogynistic things.
Misogynistic.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily say misogynistic. I just said.
Yeah. Streetwalker.
Yeah.
What's wrong with? I mean, I don't see a problem. I mean, that's what they used to be called. I mean,
Okay.
it's better than calling them what they. It's better than calling them. It's better than calling them the other word. But
yeah, okay. Play.
Based on how they present themselves and how they are constantly using their bodies for attention. Now, I could go into the whole OF thing and how it's incredibly stupid and hypocritical for women to push other women into doing OF work while constantly complaining that society is objectifying women.
What if this
That
was
part.
my daughter or my mother
I hate that.
or my sister?
Why would I, when I have a very rare lady who actually understands this reality and explains it so perfectly?
You're a feminist doing that's empowering, yet you're relying on creepy, disgusting men who think you are disgusting and trash to ironically pay your bills, which is probably the most degrading thing in the entire world.
Pause,
Whereas actually, if you were in an office,
wait, she's not done. She's not.
Okay, yeah, right after she's done, pause. Right
Alright.
after she's
well,
done.
that's degrading. You could actually have respect in an office.
Ah, sweet.
That's not even, and that's not even completely true, because that same thing can get passed around in the office.
Yep.
That I mean, that's just me, because like I said, I've worked on both ends. I've worked in corporate, I've worked on regular jobs, and I've worked in the job I work at now. It's, to me, it's the same end. It's just one's more acceptable and the other one's not. Like, it's, to me, it's two sides of the same coin to me. To me personally.
Yeah. I agree a lot with what the girl said. I'm just on board with what she says. What about you, DC?
Yeah, I'm on board as well.
And Dre?
Yeah, I don't know, man. So maybe I don't know. I don't necessarily see something wrong with monetizing your haters, so to say. You know, like, okay, so if these guys do like loathe her or whatever, but they're still giving money, like, I don't know, I don't necessarily see an issue with that. Like the same thing as if, you know, like some people came into the chat to like talk crap on us, but they were super chatting or something. Let them do it. Like, hell yeah. I don't know, I wouldn't feel dirty taking that money.
She's talking about like, well, she's also talking about what she's attacking is where I agree with is the argument of, okay, you say that these men are trash, right? You say these men are garbage. You say men are this, that, and the third, and then but yet you're putting yourself in a position to get naked in front of these so-called men that are trash, garbage, disgusting, you know, whatever, low vibrational, low energy, whatever, to degrade them. But then you're pulling money from these men, from these degrading men, and then, you know, and you don't feel bad about it, like, you know what I'm saying? That's the idea that I tag.
But I mean,
feel like they
kind of the
degrade
same thing with
themselves.
simps. But like kind of the same thing with like simps on chats and stuff, even if it's just like a female streamer. I don't know. Like, again, a lot of them loathe those type of people. They're not like the people that they talk to in real life, but I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily wrong that they're getting money from that. Like it does seem like a viable stream. I don't know. I'm of two minds on it. I don't really see an issue on it, but I'm open to hearing one.
Right. The only issue that I have is the argument of, okay, you sit up here and call this degrading, but then you put yourself in that degrading place. That's the double standard or the irony that
yeah,
the woman's talking
I guess I could
about.
just see it as empowering because you were the one in control, you were the one choosing. But I also get what you're saying. Like you're still saying this is wrong, so it seems like you're doing this double standard. Like it's okay when I do it because somehow it's empowering, but I loathe the people who are involved in it. That does seem weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That you explained it so well. I just cannot be better and say better than what you just said.
Yeah.
You're amazing, LG. We need you more often on the show if you want.
LG is the man.
Man. I'd rather do topics like this. Like I told Gray, I've been dealing with. We met on some other topips, and I'm like, bro, this is annoying. Gray knows what I'm talking about.
We got one left, and then we're done with that topic.
Oh God.
Okay, so play.
All right. Music to my ears. This brings us to the irony of this whole modern feminism scam and the female sexual revolution, which is that we literally have women encouraging other women to sell themselves online for the explicit pleasure of men, who are also supposed to be their oppressors, and they should fight them to end patriarchy.
The main reason why the patriarchy is so hard to eradicate.
Okay.
That's the attack. That's what I was saying. Remember, I was saying attacking that point. Point that he just mentioned, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier. If women respected men, and we wouldn't be having this OnlyFans debate. Like OnlyFans would be widely accepted. It's people are getting mad because of that argument right there, fighting the patriarchy. You know, but then you're turning around and doing this for the pleasure of men, and then you're going to take their money, and then men are bad, but give me your money.
Can I ask the panel, like, what about somebody who makes like a cosplay calendar or something like that? Like they're, obviously using their body or their image or whatever, they're selling it to fans.
Right.
I don't know. Like,
but no. What I'm saying, once again, the argument is you're missing that part. Like,
they get empowerment from that, though. Like, if they are also saying that that's empowering to them,
right? What I'm saying is they're doing it for the pleasure of men, but then they hate men at the same time. That's what I'm saying. That's the thing I attack, and I tell.
I would have to think a lot of. the people doing that aren't necessarily into like the average like comic book fan or nerd or whatever.
That
So I
too.
don't know.
Oh,
Perhaps they don't necessarily like those characters or even the fans of those characters, but you know,
Okay.
it'll sell.
that part. See
So
that part.
is
That, I
something
can agree
wrong
with you
with
on
that?
that. I would say yes, in a way, because if you don't have if you don't necessarily have the fandom for it, or you're not have the not the fandom, the interest for it, that's where I would have a problem with it, because it's like, well, why are you doing this? Now you're doing this purely to exploit us. That's the difference. Now,
I
what
think
I'm
money.
saying is the other end of this is the patriarchy. Oh, I down with the patriarchy, but I'm selling myself for your pleasure. You get the double standard here, like that's
Yeah.
what I'm attacking, is that double standard itself. I'm not saying a woman shouldn't and then what happens is, so men get caught up in this argument, but they don't know how to explain it, so they just go to the source of the problem, or what they think is the source, which they think the source is OnlyFans. Oh, because a girl does OnlyFans, or because a girl sells herself, when it's not the girl selling herself, it's the problem per se. It's the mentality that she's carrying, the feminist mentality that she's carrying, that needs to die.
I see what you're saying. I could just see it also from the point of view that it is empowerment, though, because they're in control of it, they're deciding, and they're the ones basically the one who is doing this thing. Like I could see the argument for empowerment.
I can agree. It
while
is
still
empowering.
disliking men.
It is empowering. That's what I'm saying. It is empowering. That part, when you put it that way, it is empowering. But when you say these people are disgusting, when I say, okay, these nerds are disgusting, I'm gonna play this game, but this gamer culture is disgusting, I have no respect for the culture. Well, why are these women that are in this game scantily clad? Why are there women always showing their titties in these games? I hate these games. I hate these games that show titties in these games. Why? But I'm still playing the game, though.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Well, you're playing these games that have it in there, and you're complaining about it. And you're complaining about the fan base because, they're thirsting, or they're just building a community over a character that they like, and they're saying, oh, this is my waifu, or this is my baby, or whatever. Oh, well, these people are nasty. It's the same thing with girls that do this OnlyFans shit. Oh, well, these men are disgusting. Oh, but these men are paying money. You see that these men are paying money, so you're trying to get in on the trend and pay me some money. That's where I have the problem.
I agree, and I will add a bit more to this.
Go ahead.
How can you feel both oppressed and empowered? Doesn't it create a paradox or something that contradicts itself? Because you keep
not necessarily. If you're in control of your participation in the oppression, that could be empowered oppression, I suppose.
But
it's
what
still,
I'm saying is they scream, we are oppressed by the patriarchy, but then they benefit out of it, and they feel empowered out of that oppression. So it just sent two messages in two different way, and I feel like it's a car crash.
That's exactly where we're at right now, is the car crash. Yes. That's the problem right now, because you got women that are like down with the patriarchy, down with the patriarchy, and then down goes their skirt.
Yeah. I'm on that. I think we are on the same page on that. I think
that's what I'm saying. Like the idea of, because me personally, like I said, I don't care if you want to show yourself. Go ahead, baby. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I will respect you, but I will judge you.
How much money you need, baby? I got $1. What's up?
Okay, I think you can let it play now.
All right.
Eradicate is that its power is decentralized. They are ridding the patriarchy of its most effective tool. And that renders the patriarchy powerless in its ability to control women. It's giving Bella Thorne releasing her own nudes.
Right. Are you still with me here? Because apparently patriarchy is located in the balls, and apparently you need to drain those in order to kill it or something. I don't know. These feminists are the most incoherent bunch of whiners, only surpassed by the trans people.
I feel like both, like a man and a woman.
Pause.
But I also feel like
I'd
neither.
like to add. Why did he brought trans people like that? I think they have nothing to do with that discussion.
No, he's got a point. He's got a point because a lot. He said they're just as annoying as the gay.
But they're
trans
not
people.
annoying. Trans
The
people
gay, the gay and the trans people the gay and the trans activists that are online, the online activist ones. That's what we're talking about. You gotta follow the man here. Follow the man. He's on to something. He's got a point. He's got a point. He's not completely wrong.
I think he placed every trans people on that bandwagon, and I know trans people, and they are not all activists like that. And it's
he does seem to be generalizing, kind of like the modern women thing. It does seem to be like kind of taking the.
It's extreme. A general. Exactly, it's a generalizing thing. I mean, the whole thing is pretty much generalizing, but it's not necessarily true though. Like it's because there's not. He's referring in the way he's referring to the activists that are online on TikTok, heavily on TikTok, that do this, that talk shit like this. That's what he's talking about. I would say go ahead and continue.
Yeah, I think I can continue.
It's weird.
DC?
Yeah, what? Sorry.
Continue.
All right.
This is good.
But I digress, since things get a lot more stupid when feminists get their feelings hurt and when they try to get back at men for not calling them or committing to them.
I have a lot of single girlfriends, okay? And holy hell, like they are so amazing, and like they're these empowered, beautiful women that are just like they have so much to offer. Like independent, badass woman. Like, why aren't you wifing them up?
This really proves that most women do not understand.
Okay, so I will respond to that. You're a woman, and you're inspired by your surrounding, and you like what they're doing because you most likely do it as well. Now, as a man, I will ask you, men's, what is the first thing you look with a woman? Not thinking the first thing you see, and then the second thing. The first thing you see when you see a woman. What is it? I will ask the panel, starting with LJ. What do you see first?
Let's start with DC because he been quiet all day.
Okay.
Yeah. So you talk about like people in our towns or just women in general?
In your town or women in general. You see a woman, what is the first instinct? What is the first thought you have when you see a woman? What are you thinking about when you first see a woman?
Okay, this is actually not like a more personal thing where I do feel comfortable sharing it, at least because you guys are my friends and I trust you guys well enough. But yeah, so pretty much the first thing when I think of women, is basically how do I say it? Is like a part of a community that's pretty similar to what we just talked about in this entire podcast. Called Wedlock. So pretty much what it is, and that's kind of like one of the first things I think about when I first think of women in general. Yeah, that's kind of the first thing I think about all the time. And there's and another thing.
You said Wedlock. You said
Wedlock. You guys probably have never heard about it. Yeah,
I've never. Yeah. What is it? If you don't mind explaining.
Yeah, pretty much it's like it's where people in clothes get wet, and it's apparently on Wikipedia there's something to like sexual excitement, something like that. But I only watch them just for fun, and besides they do occasionally help me cope through bad moments. But yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's pretty much what it is, and yeah.
Okay.
Another aspect I want to also mention is wham or wet and messy. It's pretty much the same thing as wet look, just instead of there's also getting messy as well. It can be from like gunge or slime or pies even from the ones I watch. But yeah, that's pretty much the first kind of things. Those kind of things is when I first came to one thing about women. If we're looking at my town, different story. Different story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Coming next, Dre. What is the first thing you see with a woman?
I guess it would depend on like how far away you are. Generally, like in close quarters, the first thing I'm going to look at is someone's face. I don't know. I guess I notice like the makeup on their face. If they, go heavy with it, if they have skill with it. But I don't know. Eyes really draw me in, and that seems so much different than a dude's eyes. So yeah, that's kind of where I go first. But if you're further away, you do kind of notice the silhouette for sure.
Yeah. Right now we are just stage 1 right now. Because these girls they have these ideals in their mind, and there's like, oh, I am surrounded by a perfect woman because they are this and that and that. And so far the first thing we see is physique, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's real easy. Yeah, physique. We look at physique, and then like if you get a chance to talk with them, just how they operate. That's what I look like. Look at, just somebody who's able to handle the humor that I have or whatever. Like if I do come off humorous, or just if they're able to have an actual conversation, outside of the silhouette. That's like I said, outside of silhouette. So part of, because like I said, most of the time when I'm talking to women, most of the time it's job related for me. But I do look at like things from a physical standpoint, because I do look at some of the dancers from like a customer standpoint too, because it's like, hey, look, well, if I were to, and this is for me, it's job related in the case. So I look at like if I wanted to pitch a dancer to a certain type of guy, you know what I'm saying? If, hey, I like black girls, I like this, that, and the third, I like, a certain type of body type, I can say, okay, well, this person might be your type, or hey, or this person might be my type, or whatever the fuck. But personally, I do look at silhouette. Silhouette is something that I do look at, respectfully, of course. But I do look at
Always.
also personality is one of the things that I look at. Is like how your attitude.
But that's deeper. Right now we are in stage 1 right now.
Well, that's part of stage 1, like attitude, like how you like that initial attitude, like when I give you, like if I come to talk to you on a regular scale, like not like an actual conversation like how we got right now, like just to say, hey, how you doing, or some minor small talk to get started type shit, you know what I mean? If that initial attraction isn't, or initial, if I don't get any play off of that, like if they just push me away with attitude or whatever, then I'm not entertaining it any further. So that's just me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So me, the first thing I see is the eyes. I will sound crazy, but I don't really care that much in the first eyesight, like the physique or anything. I look the person in the eyes, and the eyes they tell a lot. If she has red eyes, why? Is it because health? Is it because smoking? Is it because tired? Is it because what? This elevates lots of question. That's why I look at the eyes first. And the other thing is the eyes, they most likely don't really change that much, except if you go blind, and it's sad. But most of the time you will have the same eyes, whether you're 20 or 50, most of the time, right? Body, it changes. You have different shape as you go older. Some people decide to make better life choices, so they become slimmer. Other time they gain weight, and they gain I forgot the wrinkles. Wrinkles. People get old, and as much as you try your best to hide it with makeup and stuff, you're still getting these wrinkles. You still have a body that grows older. So that's why my first thing I really watch with a woman is the eyes. if I like your eyes, man, that's a great start.
Mhm.
That's really the first thing. Now we dive deeper, right? Number 2, I will ask, great. What's the second thing that comes to your mind when you meet a new girl?
He's right on.
Gray, you're muted. If you like, what's the
I think
second
he
thing
might
you're
the dog.
looking?
I think
Oh.
yeah, he might be Gray.
Yeah. I'm
May-
kind of curious if his dog is barking at me because I'm on the podcast.
Maybe. Well, actually, we will let DC go second. Then,
Yeah.
what's the second thing that attract your attention when you look at a girl?
The second thing is, and I'm gonna look at my experience, and that is looks. Because yeah, each of the girls that I had a crush on, they all were, well, gorgeous. Feels weird saying that, but
Nothing
yeah.
wrong with that.
That's
They
fine.
all-
We have our taste. We have
Yeah.
our right to expand
Yeah.
ourselves. You didn't degrade any, I think.
Oh, all right. Yeah, they all were gorgeous, and yeah, they all look really nice.
That's a
Oh.
compliment, man. So they should be happy to hear that.
Yeah. Except their personality were opposite, were not the exact opposite, especially except for one. Just one was actually still even a like half decent with me at times. So yeah. The
So
other three,
personality is somewhere around the corner, right?
yeah, it's basically looks and personality because the other three that I had, yeah, they look nice and were nice at first, but then they kind of revealed who they actually are, and yeah. As for the one I mentioned, the only exception, yeah, she didn't have that, and I kind of knew her personality fair and square, so yeah.
Okay, great. What about you? What is the
Yeah.
second thing you look forward when you meet a new girl? Like the second thing you
Yeah.
really look at and you're like, let me think of it.
Well, I think it was a lot of what LG was saying. And sorry about that. My dog was freaking out again. I could hear you guys, but I had the mic off. But I think it's a lot of what LG was saying on his first thing. Apparently, I'm more shallow than him. I also went off like the eyes, the makeup, and the face. But yeah, the second thing is really just like that spark. Like if there is chemistry, if they're like laughing at my jokes, if like I feel like it's an easy conversation. That really is the thing. If there's some sort of like connection and spark.
Right.
That's what attracts me to a woman.
True.
And what about you, LJ?
Gray one hit him with the Gray one hit him with a deep voice. How you doing?
Level 2 of LJ. What do you look second?
Oh man, I do look at now we do take the conversational part a little bit further. I like I said, looks was part one. Like I said, I know looks and eyes was part one. Conversation and slight conversations level 1. Level 2 is a little bit deeper conversation. Like if we can sit down and like actually bounce off ideas, like bounce off like just hey, what do you feel about this, or how do you feel about like your life? If you can tell me a little bit more about your life and stuff like that, and if you're able to take like a different point of view, or like you know what I'm saying, because like sometimes a girl may have done something like well why did you go about doing something this way, when you could have done it this way, you know what I mean? That's a little bit more of me, but like I said, yeah, I do have my shallow moments, Grace, so don't feel too bad. Don't feel too bad.
Oh, I feel bad.
No.
Next up for me, number 2. After looking at the eyes, I look at the clothes, the colors, and what is she wearing, and this will be telling if that person is eccentric, if that person has what I consider respectful clothes, or if that person likes colors or not, or if that person just wears regular clothes, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's regular clothes. This is second for me. Now I will already start off with the third thing I am looking for after looking at the eyes, the clothes, the shape, slim, big, tall, small. For me, it's still I still look into it, right? But
Mhm.
out of my 5 relationship I had with girls, 3 were fat and 2 were LT or very very slim. So if you're fat, it doesn't mean I cross a bar there, but I I will say like there's always a reason why someone may be fat. And now that I'm getting a diet and I'm losing weight, I lost 15 pounds in a month, which is not a
Nice.
lot. I didn't cut enough
Yeah,
stuff,
but
but
still,
this,
congrats, man.
yeah. So this standard of shape may change because I am losing weight as well. And even there, I was slimmer in the past, but I had a low self esteem. That's why I was getting whatever I was getting.
Mhm.
Um, but now for me the shape will be more important than it used to be because now I value having a healthy body. And
Mm.
like healthy body doesn't mean super 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 slim and small, no, just healthy body. Like
Mhm.
among the two I consider more slim. There was one that was healthy and there was one that was borderline anorexia. So
Mm.
it's not healthy. The borderline anorexia, I don't see myself dating that today, um, because it's not good for your health. Um, and the same goes for the bigger people. Now that I'm trying to lose weight, I feel like I can place that bar now because I will still not say no if you're 20 pound over your healthy weight, but maybe I will say no if you're 40 over or 60 over because I know people can change their weight if I do it myself.
Man's about to show up to a date with a scale.
Yeah. So
I'm joking. I'm joking.
weight is something I value more today because
Fair enough.
I'm older and I see what's healthy, what's not. I wasn't healthy. I'm still not healthy. I still need to lose a lot of weight.
Mhm.
It's a work in progress. That's why right now I'm on pause. I'm not seeking for anything. But anyway, that's me. The third thing is the weight. Even in the past, as I said, in the past, um, I was looking at the weight, but it wasn't really a huge factor in the past. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I can help out, maybe this, maybe that. Um, so yeah, what would be your third thing you look at when you meet someone gray?
Yeah, I think then it probably would be like appearance. Yeah, kind of everything that you mentioned. The way they dress, the way they carry themselves, their overall, physique. Yeah, that would probably be the third thing that I look at.
Yeah.
What about you, DC?
All right. So the third thing I look at as how similar they are to me. And yeah, I'm gonna use one as an exception. The one that I've said that I'm only gonna use her as like the only exceptional because I have related to her. And I do feel and she has a really tragic past, which I'm not gonna get into, but yeah, I actually feel very, very sorry what she went through in her life. And yeah, and I can understand that. And I'm even gonna use my friendship with Floral Spider, fellow YouTuber.
Okay.
Like when me and him first started talking more about our personal life, I was shocked at how similar we are. And then eventually I met another online friend who who she's very nice with me, and when I realized how similar I was with her as well, and Multi is a perfect example as well. And I think is the probably the best example to use because I realized how similar me and him are in our personal lives. And I think same thing goes with relationships. Yeah. And so I think that's kind of the thing and I realize if I can build 3 really awesome friendships, surely I can do it with a girl as well. So, yeah. So my third thing is how similar I am at best, but yeah.
That's very relatable. I can tell a lot of people are like you. It used to be one of my top teams until I got older, but it's still somewhere there. It's still very high, but maybe not third, as I said. But yeah, I fully understand you. It's very relatable. What about you, LJ? What would be the third thing you look for when you meet a new girl? What's the third thing that really attracts your attention?
I would definitely say going with what you were saying earlier with looks and stuff. Like looks do play a part. Um, I do look at certain things like how you were talking about like with just looking at how they overall how they carry themselves. Looks do play a part, and I'm also that's 3A 3B is also like if I do get a chance to like get a peek into their actual life, how if it's how much drama is there because that's one thing I don't like playing with is like too much drama or having to see what I don't want to deal with girls with too many issues. So like I don't get me wrong, like I'll talk with people and help them through their life or whatever, but like I don't want to be burdened down with that. If it's going to be if it's overall going to be a burden, especially if the person that I'm interested in isn't interested in fixing it or doing what they can to make themselves better. So yeah, so 3A is looks and 3B is the drama, the personal life stuff, kind of, if possible.
Fair enough. So now we are three traits checked off our lists as men. And I will ask the panel, are we looking at the third floor? Are we looking for someone that feels empowered and someone that is successful in their career? Are we there?
I don't mind it.
It wouldn't hurt.
I don't mind it.
But is it our third floor? I know it's somewhere
Well,
down
when
the
I say
line,
when I say
but-
when I say well, when I say the drama too, I also look at where the drama less. Like I also look at that's part of it to me. Like where are you at in your life at that moment? You know what I'm saying? Like on the good end, on the extreme good end, is are you successful in your career? Are you successful doing what you do? Because to me, that is like if a girl is successful in her craft, or she's at least being grinding and showing that she's willing to put forth the effort. To me, that's also attractive because it's like, okay, it shows that she's willing to work. It shows that she's willing to, put forth the effort for herself.
Yeah, I get that. So
Does
I
that make
will.
sense?
Yeah, it does. And I will. I think I poorly worded things. I'm not saying we don't value that. I'm just saying it's not on our top three priority because nobody mentioned it before I brought this up. And the main reason why I do that is because a lot of women value that in as their like top earner quality, but nobody mentioned it before I did, if you know what I mean. It's important, I won't take that away, but it's later down the line. It's not like in the very early stages. So this goes back to what I think is happening a lot. Men don't necessarily always understand women, but women don't understand men either. They just don't. Um, that's why it's always one of the reasons. Oh, they're successful. They're great friends. They're great. This, that. We are not even there yet. That's most likely what I mean. Now, let's keep going with the same question. At the fourth floor, the fourth thing you notice about someone is if there's any. So starting with Dre, do you have a fourth floor of like interaction and stuff? What attracts you the most coming in fourth place?
Dog's probably going off.
Maybe the dog is going off, so I will go next then. My number 4. So my number 1 was the eye. My number 2 was the clothing. My number 3 was the weight. My number 4 is the way the person talks. And it's telling a lot how many language that person talks. The more, the better, because that means that person is willing to learn stuff. uh, how that person talks. Is she trashy? Does she sound educated? Does she sound respectful? Does she sound like someone that is fun to talk to? Is that person open minded? Is that person my way or like no way at all? The way the person talks and interact with me is the fourth thing. And that may sound far, but it's not that far because it's still early because I got many floors to look at, you know?
Yeah.
So the way the person talks is essential because if that person, the way the person talk, rubbed me off the wrong way, I won't scratch that person off my list. But if it rubs me off the wrong way, that person may drop down by a lot of floors in that list, and that person may lose a lot of points in the matter.
Yep. That's fair.
Coming
That's
next,
fair. Yep.
DC, what would be your fourth floor if you got a fourth floor?
Yeah, I got one, and this is one I thought a lot about, and I was honesty, because I said this one before, but yeah. And I'm gonna use the last two as an example to showcase. Um I know that the one I always say is like an exception. I know that a lot of the things that happened in our past, which I won't get into, but I know she's being honest, she's telling the truth, and I can just say from her tone of voice and how she's been expressing herself and through body language, I can generally tell she tells the truth all the time. And she's a perfect example of someone who is honest and constantly is having negative thoughts, but in a way that isn't like obvious. Now, as for the other one, and it's just these two, the other one, was saying things about, I don't want to get into it, but let's just say some really things that quote unquote happened in her life. But the more I thought about it, because earlier in one of our conversations, she actually lied to me, I started thinking more and more about it, and I was like, she probably just lied. And so that made me realize she probably was not as honest about anything apart from a few things. But yeah. And that's one thing that I think that's important is honesty. Is the person who's actually saying all these things actually being honest and actually telling the truth? Or are they just making up parts of the story, or the entire story was false from the beginning? She was just giving out false information. Yeah. Was anyone gonna say anything?
Next would be LJ or Gray. Gray, are you back? If Gray is back, it will be Gray. If Gray is not back, okay, Gray is back. So
Yeah, I don't think I really have like a fourth thing. I think it's just if our personalities click, which I think was kind of my two. So yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of it.
All right.
Fair enough. So right now we got Dre at three floor is enough for him to be interested or start building maybe something or trying to get to know the person better. So you, LJ, do you have a fourth floor?
Basically it's kind of like a mix of if all of it goes together. Like I said, I do look at, like I said, once again, I guess it kind of looks into more of like where are you at in your life. But if you're, like I said, that's kind of where the empowerment part comes in, I guess. If you're able to what's the word? I guess if you're able to come in and, if like I said, the empowering part, I guess, if you're able to have at least some kind of handle on your life, or you're trying to put something into your life, that's good, then you're straight to me. You know what I'm saying? I did have a question though, because you had put something, I think it was one of your layers, and I was gonna ask a question. So like the girls that are in the video, notice how like they're all dressed a certain way. So would you consider, like, how would you consider these girls in there?
So right now it's paused, right?
Mhm.
I'd say my two favorites are the blonde with like the pale shirt, not the pink one, like the other one, the one you don't see the breast, and the brunette. Uh, because of their clothes, I would be like, okay, I would approach these two most likely over the other two, and it's only because their clothes are less revealing. So if you tell me pick and choose, I will go like if you want me one specific, I'd say the brunette one because I just prefer darker hairs. But I would go and try to give it a shot and see if it goes to the third floor or the fourth floor and stuff. The other thing is, right now it's really hard to tell with the eyes. Now I speak about the clothing just based on the clothing, but for example, if I am in the room and I look in the eyes of the one wearing the pink clothes, because her eyes stick in my mind, I will go over the second floor, if you know what I mean, and then the third floor, and vice versa. So the eyes is like the first thing that really approached my eyes. But you said clothes, so that's why I only based on clothes I'd say the blonde or the brunette. But it's only because here it's a screen. It's really hard to tell the eyes, and I'd say if I really look just by the looks of the brunette, I think she would fail the eye test because she doesn't seem to care. And the other one, I say her clothes like are fine. I feel like she will give me attitude based on her the way she looks at the guy or the camera. So I think if I base off eyes, just by the looks, I don't even see the color of their eyes. Just by the looks they have, I think the only one that passes is the pink one. So that's proof that sometime I will look further than just the looks. Like, and it has nothing to do with her clothes. It's really like her look doesn't seem as bad as the other three. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. I'm sorry if that's an insult, but like the one on the right, she seems like uninterested. She seemed like she's not listening or something. That's the read I'm having just based on their eyes. She's like, oh yeah, whatever. That guy's dumb.
Right, they're probably been with the conversation too. It was stupid. This clip is probably taken out of context, but yeah.
But yeah, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think we're good. I mean, if you can continue playing it, I do gotta step off in a bit.
Okay. So I got a fifth floor.
Okay.
I'm wondering if guys have one, and that's fine to step out. Like Gray only had 3, and that's fine. So my fifth.
Yeah, I don't think I have another one I can think of off top right now. Not off top.
So my fifth floor, right? After the looks, after the eyes, after the way they speak, after their weight, the fifth floor for me is what is that person doing? School or work? Not necessarily the degrees or anything. See, it's more like what's that person doing? And I say that maybe it's because I'm from Quebec, a part that lots of people don't work and they don't go at school. And I value both work and school equally. I'm as impressed by someone that works as someone that studies. But you need to bring receipts. You cannot sit on your bacon and do nothing the entire day. I just don't want that because eventually I want kids, and if mommy is like staying at home and doing nothing, that won't work because kid will ask, why are you doing something while mommy does nothing? And I don't want to generate that kind of people in society. So that's the fifth thing, work or school.
Yep.
The sixth thing, number 6, is the connection, like how much we have in common. And at no point success is a thing down the line. It's just what you're doing with your time. Are you wasting your time, or are you grinding on something for something? Like, even if you work in a grocery store, I will value your work because you get out there and you do your work. So when someone tells me, "Oh, I'm successful, you should wife me up," no. If you have a shitty attitude, you fail at the speech test. I don't even want to talk to you. So that's how I picture it. Am I crazy to say that?
Nope.
Not necessarily. I mean,
No,
the personality would. If you're talking about if they're successful or not, and they don't make you feel like a decent person, then yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
Yep.
Go ahead, Greg.
So,
Okay.
would you be okay with women having like at least 6 things on a list that you'd have to like live up to, or
Can you
no?
repeat? You sounded weird.
Would really? Sorry. Would you be okay with women having like up to 6 things on a list that you'd have to like live up to be considered?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's like, for my 6. You see, it's as the relation goes on. It's still like the first 6 thing I'm looking at, but I'm fine if girls have 6. But here's the other thing: what I'm asking for, is it too much? Do you think no woman can suit these 6? I'm fine if they if they suit like 3 out of these 6, depending which ones. If they suit 3 of them, I could be fine with it. If they suit 4, I'm fine with it. If they suit all 6, for me that's the ideal person. If they suit all 6. But I don't expect every person to fit these 6.
That makes sense.
In the
It
past,
probably does whittle down the potentials, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a bridge too far.
and in the past, oh yeah, I forgot a 7th one, and that one I would actually place it 5th place, right after.
That might be a bridge too far.
I will place it right after dialogue. I completely forgot about that one. The past of the person. Is that person still stuck in the past, or what kind of past that person has? Because that will play a role in the relation. Because some people, they have trauma they didn't really heal, so that will bleed all over the relation and that kind of stuff. That's really bad. But there again, that's the 7th one. I completely forgot, and I think this is the 5th one, and this is probably equal to like the all the person talks. I can't believe I almost forgot about that one. But there again, I said it. It's fine if someone has a list of 7, but the question is, do you expect someone to meet all 7? That's mainly the thing I'm thinking of. And I can attest and say that I used to have less standard. I had like 4, 3 standard. I did rise up the bar, but and not everyone did hit all of the mark, and I still accepted to date these people. So it's fine having standard and a list and stuff you'd like to check off, but it's not like something that cannot move around, if you know what I mean. I'm fine if someone only hit 4 marks of these 7. Even 3, depending which 3. Like that person, I can hate that person but if that person talks well, and if if that person has a solved past, I will be glad. This is like a good foundation there. Um, so yeah, standard. It's fine having them, but don't expect everyone to hit every mark. That's how I picture it. So,
Sure.
um, you can move on, DC.
All right.
Stand men, and they have no idea what men truly value. As men, we value scarcity and uniqueness, things that are hard to get. So a girl sleeping with 50 dudes is not hard to get, which means that she has no value at all. Neither is a girl showing it all on Instagram or OF, or a girl who's talking to 10 guys at the same time. Now, here's where the beauty of feminist logic comes in and falls flat on its ass. You see, many women will argue with you and say that's not, since quote unquote real men don't care if a girl sleeps around or is half naked on Instagram, and they will base this on the fact that those women still get plenty of dates or even get married. And yes, this does happen. But what do all of these women have in common?
I'm so tired of being disappointed by men. I'm so tired of getting hurt.
Okay, I'm
about to tell you one side.
All right.
She failed the speech for me. She failed the pass because she still has trauma toward past relationship. I wanted to pause there because from the get-go, that person is a good example of repellent for me.
Yep.
Anything else, guys? Would that like to
I,
add?
honestly, it's not. The whole real man don't mind sleep, like scarcity and once again, he's getting into the red pill talking points here, but it's like, well, men value scarcity and stuff like that, and it's like, not every man wants that's not necessarily true. Not every man wants a virgin or whatever stuff like that when it comes down to stuff like this. Because like I said earlier, it's like a lot of guys want a girl that how that other girl was dressing like on OnlyFans or whatever for doing pictures for OnlyFans. A lot of guys would love to have that, but just specifically for them.
Yeah.
True.
Good point.
And I don't know, someone's history. I don't know. Maybe it changes with age. Like I know I was obsessed with it way more when I was younger, but
yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me as much now. Now I'd really rather have more mystery, less history.
No, I mean, I'd rather, like I said, the history part is it's like I said, it depends on what it is. I do have a limit, but it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, cool. Well, what are you doing now? In a way. So it's like type thing, but I don't know. That's just some of it is just like I get what he's trying to get at, but yeah, but he does have a point here. It's like a lot of the girls that complain about the men, like they all have that one thing in common where it's just, oh, I'm so done with men, but then they're still dating
the same kind of men they are done with.
Yeah, that, and then they're like, oh well, no guy wants a girl that's talking to 10 guys. I'm like, that's not necessarily true either. I mean, it doesn't like that's part of the thing. The reality is like a lot of women have multiple options anyway. That's the point. A lot of women have multiple options. So it's the problem is when a lot of women try to demonize men for having multiple options when they know they got multiple. You know what I'm saying?
And that goes back to speeching patterns I was mentioning. If you demonize a man, why would you want a man in your life? That's all I think. Stop searching for men if you hate men. Turn into woman. I don't know. Stop hating what you're seeking for. That's how I see it. Because you feel hypocrite at some extent.
Yeah.
You can click play now.
All right.
And that a man has low emotional intelligence.
They all complain later on that the guy has no emotion.
Well,
emotional intelligence is very vague.
Yeah.
And what guys are thinking about emotional intelligence?
Yeah.
Why not going too deep? Because I feel like that could be a different stream entirely.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah,
I mean,
when I've heard it used, it's usually somebody disagrees with me, so they're not emotionally intelligent.
Yeah,
that's how I've usually heard it used.
That's a good point, Dre. DC, what do you think when you think emotional intelligence?
I think of like understanding Not that familiar with emotional intelligence, but I just think of like understanding like certain people, something like that. But yeah.
Okay. What about you, LJ?
I mean, it's just being able to like feel your emotions and like be able to feel your emotions and understand where other people are coming from. Real easy. Real easy.
Everyone has a great piece of truth in that. My take, without going too deep into it, emotional intelligence is being able to understand your own emotion and how to control them. It's about control. And I wanted to pause there to talk about emotional intelligence, but based on my experience, I've seen more women than men out of control of their own emotions. And maybe that's just the woman I know and the men I know. I want to specify that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that because I have bad example of women in my life that every woman are like that,
Mm-hmm.
but I've seen more example. And I can tell based on my experience that men are better emotionally because they have better control. They don't always have the same kind of understanding of their own emotion, but
Yeah.
the control is much more on check with men than women. And one more biological aspect would be we don't have periods because we're men, and it's sad, but sometimes period can make some feeling worse and can be overwhelming. It can be really hard for women to control the outbursts and stuff. So it's not entirely their fault. Sometimes it's just the chemical in their body that is responsible of that. So each time I hear about emotional intelligence, I'm asking you, how many times did you do outbursts of rage because you were not able to self-control and self-regulate? A lot? Well, sad to say, but you need to work on that. And I will open up here and I will be fully honest. When I was younger, I had really bad emotional intelligence. And it came up with time, and I realized and I self-reflect and I worked on myself. And today I got tools because I decided, you know what, this issue, I won't sleep on it. I will work on myself. So my bad emotional control was partly responsible of me attracting other people with poor emotional control. And one of my relationship was straight up toxic. That's why it didn't last long. And she and me were both really bad at emotional intelligence, and we had a lot of fights. And I think fights is fine as long as there's no scream or object being thrown everywhere. And um, yeah, I needed to end that relationship because it didn't help. I wasn't ready to deal with someone else with the same issues as me, because if I'm not able to deal the issues on my side by my own, then how can I deal with that issue from someone else? So I did self-reflect a lot after that relationship. I spent 2 years on my side doing my work alone by choice because I was like, I need to improve on that because that's something that need to change. And now it's 6 years later, 5 years later, 6 years later, six years later, I am changed. I am no more who I used to be because I took time to reflect. And the sole fact that I accepted to reflect like that and to work on myself is proof that I got more emotional intelligence than I used to be.
Yep.
So this is emotional intelligence. I am someone that is emotionally intelligent.
Right.
I wasn't. I am. So I'm wondering if any of you would like to add more to this.
Well, I actually am about to dip out of here because I am actually starting to get really tired because I have not really got much sleep. But thank y'all so much for letting me in.
Yeah,
well,
thanks for stopping by, LG. That was
Yeah.
awesome to have kind of a differing opinion. I was
Yes.
glad to not be the only one fighting for women's empowerment.
Not
Always good talking to you, sir.
And I'm glad you came, first of all.
Great. I was gonna say, Gray, you need to hit me up though, because I was trying to hit you up a while back.
It's
Dude,
hard
I
to
suck.
contact
This has been
Gray.
a crazy week, but I'll hit you up, man.
All right, bro.
But LG, one last thing. What do you have going on? Are you content creator or something? Or I
Yes,
know you're
I am.
DJ, but
Yeah, I do
what do
content
you want to plug?
I do content creation on YouTube. I do music. I do music gaming, and I just do some other podcast stuff right now. I've been working on my own podcast, Emperor's Court, a couple of podcasts, Emperor's Court podcast, and Strip Club Chronicles, where I talk about my thoughts in the strip club. And I've been working on some music stuff. I've been doing some DJ mixes and put them on YouTube. And just got finished doing a stream earlier with playing that Sonic Superstars joint. So been doing that. So I've just been having fun. Just having fun on my YouTube and working on content creation, all that good stuff. So y'all be seeing me around when I get a chance.
I was glad to
man.
have you on. Have a great
Thank
day.
you.
Take care, and we will talk later.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having me.
All good. So you see, this is perfect. If guys have ideas of guests with different point of view, that's perfect. I enjoyed this episode there. I think it's my favorite we got so far. That's amazing. So
LG's the man, for sure.
Yeah.
And sorry, kind of answering your question before about emotional intelligence. I think that's the most I've heard it explained. I'd only ever heard it kind of weaponized before this. So I really like how deep you went into that, and I really like that you kind of left it open for people to grow. That's really cool because I've just kind of heard it men are just not emotionally intelligent, but women are, and no room for us to grow or anything like that. I really dig your explanation of that.
And I think eventually we will actually cover that as an entire topic for a week, because that could be very interesting. Of course, guys got to see the entire planning for November. It's most likely going to be in December, but it's up there. That can be an entire stream, because I didn't go into much detail because there's much more about that. It's very interesting because emotional intelligence is very big. It's large. There's a lot to say about it. And I've seen parts of it in my special care counseling, and that's why I'm kind of able to reflect a lot. This was amazing time at school. That's why I value learning. Anyway, you can play. Move on. You can move on.
All right.
Emotional intelligence, that he doesn't care about their feelings, about their needs, or their problems. He's simply not there for them.
And 5, 10, 15 years later, they're also the ones being like, all men are garbage. I'm just going to be alone. And I'm like, okay, so maybe that untraditional lifestyle promoting these things did not work out for you.
These hot girls will always find someone to date, marry, or have babies with, but that person might only care about her looks and not her feelings or her wants or needs.
So my boyfriend of 8 months, almost a year, and we've known each other for a year now, straight up ghosted me. I had to literally DM his brother to see if he was alive. His snap score is going up. Obviously, I'm checking. And I know he's playing poker with his friends, and he went to a basketball game today.
Pause,
So I'm
pause.
honestly at a loss because
Okay. Just based on that TikTok, I already see some red flags. I can already tell that person need reassuring. That person is not secure. It's not a secure person. And I had a course in my special care counseling classes. I had a course about secured and unsecured people, and I can't remember if there's a word in English, but there's something in between. And this is part of psychology, being secured or not. And this person, based on what she shows on that video, based on what she shows only and nothing more, doesn't seem like a secure person. Because when someone ghosts you, there's always a reason.
Yeah. That
I
being said,
mean,
like, I don't know, she seems pretty young. Like, I know I did really cruel stuff. I did the same thing. Like, it was easier to ghost people because, yeah, not everyone had a cell phone all the time at all
yeah.
times. But yeah, I know I was cruel and didn't consider the other person. I don't know. Sometimes it's easier
But
to
that's your
avoid rather
reason.
than
You were
actually deal with it.
cruel. Even if it's a negative
Yeah,
reason,
fair
that's the
enough.
reason.
Yeah.
Sometimes some people, the best way they have to escape conflict is to deny there's conflict. So maybe the guy is like, I had enough of her crap, so I will just ignore her. And I do apply that sometimes. When I don't want to fight or argue with someone, I just disregard that person. And it's not because I'm not emotionally intelligent, or it's not because I'm vile or something. It's because I know if I get into that mess, it will get messy and messier, and I will make one wrong into two wrong, and two wrong doesn't make it right. So let the person take a breather or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you talk about ghosting, I've been ghosted before, and I feel like, and I'm fine sharing this out, but literally I was straight up ghosted. Like, even a single normal conversations, like some of these girls, and these were girls, by the way, who are friends of mine at the time, who are now, I don't even know what to think of them, but they used to be friends of mine, and yet they were constantly going for creeps and weirdos over me. And keep in mind, I wasn't doing anything creepy or weird. Um, yeah, so that's why that's one of the reasons why during 2019 it was without a doubt my worst year because of that as well. And yeah. So in some cases, people can get ghosted. Like, I do ghost a lot of people on my social media, but that's only because I'm not 100% sure if I should talk with someone. Like, I do talk with the ones I do, the ones that I know the most, but that's about it. So, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, just I'm just not sure if I should trust others that well. But yeah. So in a way, ghosts, I do sometimes ghost, but it's always for a good reason or a half decent reason. I've been ghosted for literally no reason, so there's that as well.
And I will also say that if you expect a man to take care of you, you need to take care of yourself first. A man cannot fix what's broken in you. Only you can fix what's broken with you. The man can enhance, a man can add, but he cannot fix you. If you come into a relationship thinking the other person needs to fix you, don't be in a relationship. That's how I picture it. And I didn't understood that in the past. And that's why I got so many failure in my love life in the past. It's because in the past I thought, well, if I'm with someone's good, that someone will fix what's broken. No, it's not how it works. It goes both ways. Women are not there to fix what's broken in you as much as men are not there to fix what's broken with you. You need to get your stuff together, and then you can think of adding someone in the mix, because the best advice is your own. The best solution must come from you. And this is why in therapy and psychology, people try to question you and push you into making your own thought process, your own um, patch to the issue, your own fix, your own issue, or your own solving puzzle. You know, your own puzzle puzzle piece. Am I clear on that, or
Yeah.
I'm not that great at explaining?
It's clear for me.
Okay.
Yeah, made sense, man.
You can play the video.
All right.
I literally never would have seen this coming from him.
Yeah, of course he doesn't care. You know why? Because he sees no value in her. Any person out there, whether it's a guy or a woman, will protect the thing they care for if that thing has true value to them. So even though hot women will always find a guy to date, marry, and make babies with, the question really becomes, is that guy willing to die for you? Probably not. Because in today's society, how many women have you met that you were actually willing to die for? Women have been tricked by feminism into eliminating all of the things that actually make them valuable in the eyes of men.
Because women, it's like, then they ask you, okay, what do you bring
Pause.
to the table of value?
I think he generalized a lot. I do get what he's coming from, and I do think by turning some women into men's is kind of sad. Woman must be woman. I'm attracted to woman, you know. I don't want to have a love relationship with another man. And yeah, that's how I see it. What are guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think preferences exist. I think they should. I don't see any issue with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with me.
Yeah, so we can play the video now.
And they list masculine things that men don't care about. No, you need to be like loving, supportive, kind, feminine.
There.
Feminine's
Agree.
like number one thing.
Yeah, that is
You're supposed to be a woman.
I agree. I agree with a lot of what she said. What do you think of that, guys?
Yeah, I don't think a woman necessarily has to be like feminine. Like they don't always have to be like in a dress or, you know, like
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like the most feminine thing. Like, you know, they don't need to be wearing a ball gown at all times or anything like that. But I don't know. I don't disagree. It does seem like, you know, femininity is what I am attracted to. So yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
move on.
I don't know.
Woman.
Yeah,
Or else you would go have a business partner.
Women love to quickly shift the narrative to why do men get to sleep around and we don't? Why do only we get shamed for it? Well, to that I say, ladies, you can do whatever the hell you want. Just like a guy can eat Cheetos and play video games all day long and build a solid 800 pounds of lard, you know, living his best life, as you guys say. However, no man is ever going to defend him and say that women should sleep with him, date him, or marry him. We all agree that this dude has no value to women. But women don't like this type of honesty and logic. They want to do all of the things that make them super unattractive to men to then complain that those same men don't want to date them or take them seriously. They don't seem to get that the girl who sleeps around with a bunch of dudes or showing her ass on Instagram is the female equivalent of the 800-pound unmotivated bum living with his parents. Because for a man,
I don't
a
know if
girl
that's
could
quite
be
true.
broke, living with her parents, and not have a
Okay, do you want to develop more on that?
I was just saying, I don't know if that's quite a good comparison. I mean, you know, like this OnlyFans model or whatever, this modern woman, I don't know, she doesn't literally like require her parents to be like her caretakers. And, you know, like she doesn't have to be bathed in like a kiddie pool on the, or like a cow trough on the deck. I don't know. I understand like the analogy he's reaching for. It just feels like it's a reach to me. Like there's, it feels like these people would be so much less of a burden on society where in fact they're, you know, getting money where, yeah, it would just be kind of disability or something as the most that the guy would be getting in that situation.
I will add a bit more to this. I've seen a lot of cases where I got a lot, but never enough. So like a lot of women are empowered and self-made, but they still want that man to provide even more because they're like, oh, I bring all of that on the table, and the man doesn't even look at that specific money she's bringing. Because let's be honest, we mentioned our preference, right? Like successful, our guest mentioned it, but that's somewhere down the line, not like the top floor that we are looking at, and it's not everyone. Like I will be as happy with someone that works in a grocery store than someone that is a CEO. I don't care about that luxury. Like, personally, I can afford what I want already because I work. So I don't need like someone else. So if you feel empowered, if you're independent, think that I am also independent. So that's no thing that you actually bring to the table. Even if you're CEO, I don't give a crap. Uh, Congrats, good job. You made it that far, but I don't need that money because I already have my money. Um, so that's something they say that I agree with them, but they don't realize that we agree with them on that. And having luxury is not really a standard for me, but I feel like a lot of women have that standard. And this is coming from me that has been in 4 dating app. And I recently tried a 5th one, but that one was a scam. That will be very interesting topic eventually, dating app. But I see a lot in dating app where these women they say they are high maintenance. They want the guy with the money, and you look at them, they are not really traditional. And I'm like, yeah, maybe change your standard a bit because you don't really meet what the traditional man wants. Uh, so yeah, I'm wondering if any of you would like to add more to this, the luxury, the taste for luxury and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying. I just think like with his analogy, one person is clearly a burden, and I wouldn't see an OnlyFans model as a burden on like her family or the other people. I guess I can understand the stretch of that, but yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with what you were saying. It was kind of more the analogy that they were using.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, DC?
I kind of agree with you.
Okay, so we can't play the video.
Clue about what she wants to do with her life, but if she's virtuous, kind, and she has an ounce of self-respect, then that girl will be worth her weight in gold. But this virtuous, self-respecting mindset does not align with modern feminism that wants women to be as naked.
Pause. This is one of these moments where red pillars are really sexist. Not every modern woman are like that. I didn't know a few. They exist, but it's not a majority. It's a number. I won't say it's minority or majority. It's a number out there. I don't know every single girl, so that's why I cannot say, oh, most of them or every modern woman are like that. But because it's red pillar, they gotta trash women's because they are all the same for red pillars. I'm wondering if any of you would like to add more to this.
Not for me.
Yeah, I don't really have too much to add to that.
Okay, you can move on with the video.
And vulgar as possible, and to let go of any feminine traits that make women truly amazing. Modern feminism loves to turn women into cheap commodities and make them believe that it's female empowerment. These women get lured into OF work with the promise of making 10K or even 50K a month, but what they all find out the hard way is that you only make the big bucks when you start giving into all of these specialized requests that will truly break your soul.
I actually dreaded just about every time I opened up my OnlyFans. I just would see all these messages like, are you DTF? Sending like pics. I've never been the type to entertain it. And so the thing is with OnlyFans is that you kind of have to entertain it because they're paying.
So clearly, just dressing like streetwalkers or doing OF work is already more than enough to greatly devalue women in the eyes of most men, and it makes it almost impossible to take any of these women who engage in these activities seriously. However, the craziness doesn't stop here, since modern feminism also heavily stimulates women to never ever change anything about themselves for a man.
Pause.
Which again is very ironic.
This, I do agree with that. Like the Barbie movie was a perfect example of that. You're perfect the way you are. And I think this is very sad for society. And the saddest part, it's not necessarily sad for men. It is for men, but it's even more sad for women. because they are the one that don't want to change or improve because they've been told the entire life, oh, you're fine the way you are. And I think this is a product, a sad product of empowerment and that kind of stuff. What do you think of that, Gray?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think it does kind of go from the self-esteem movement. It was definitely a big thing, but I think it was like Wah Wah Wubsy or something. Their big thing is like, you are enough. It's not you are enough. Obviously, that's the Barbie one. But yeah, like I don't know. I think this generation has kind of been told, like, since the beginning, like, you're special because you are yourself, and that's enough, as opposed to you know, you might want to live up to certain standards. I don't know. It definitely is different, but yeah, I think there's a reason why people are kind of questioning that whole like self-esteem movement. Not that you should have zero, but perhaps you're not perfect. You know, we could all improve.
Yeah, and if I was in that mindset where I'm perfect the way I am, I would not go on that diet. I go on that diet to improve myself, to make myself in better health, and I do have self-esteem regardless, but I know there are stuff I need to work on. If I didn't realize that my poor emotional intelligence I had like 7 years ago now, I would never have changed. If I said, "Oh, that's fine," if I have these screaming moments or these book throwing moments, I would have never improved on that. The key to solve something is to realize there's something wrong. The moment you realize there's something wrong, you can do wonders. But if you just blind yourself and say, "Oh yeah, I'm perfect the way I am," there's no more room to grow. Any thoughts before we play the rest? I guess not. So DC, you can play.
Like, since feminism loves to tell women to do whatever disgusting act a guy requests, just as long as he pays you on OF, but if he asks you to be a bit more feminine or simply kinder, then you need to run because he's clearly a creep and you are perfect the way you are. It truly amazes me how women can complain nonstop about not getting commitment from men when they try so hard to be unappealing to those men. If you want a guy to take you seriously, then maybe begin with taking yourself seriously first and conduct yourself in a respectable manner. But when you behave like a child or dress like a hook, then that's simply the treatment you're gonna get. However, modern women don't like to hear that.
I can understand how a man would look at me.
And why do you think that you accept that where other girls will call the man misogynistic?
Feelings, they're not using their logic. They're like, how dare you speak about me like that? And it's like, you're taking it so personal. I was like, you obviously must feel a specific way about yourself if that's how you're speaking about a man being misogynistic, because he won't take you up for that.
And so when they keep getting confronted with the consequences of their lifestyles and men avoiding them like the plague, they keep reverting to men are just intimidated by how amazing we are.
Like, what is your deal? Why do you feel like you're insecure?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Now, the reason why it's so stupid for women to tell each other to never change for a man is because if you want to be with someone who's very religious, you will have to be religious yourself, or that person is not going to want to be with you. If you want to be with someone who's very active and takes good care of their body, then they're probably going to want someone who's active as well. But somehow, modern feminism has convinced women that they can be as promiscuous as they want, lose all of their feminine traits, be a non-stop headache, and show up with more crazy demands than the Taliban, after which every man should be lucky to have them. Sorry ladies, that's not reality. This was how feminism devalues women. Please drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel
You
for
can
more videos.
close that. I will
All
stop. Yeah, perfect. So this summarized very well red pill content. There's a lot of things I do agree, but there's also a lot of things I disagree, and I feel like it misrepresents stuff. What guys would add to this? I'm wondering.
Yeah, I still do see the appeal of it, but yeah, I think overall the negatives outweigh the positives in this. I don't know. I think you could just take the positive parts of this, the community, the self-improvement, and I don't think you necessarily need those negative aspects in there as well. So that's just kind of where I fall on it. Get mentally healthy, get physically healthy. You don't necessarily need this stuff.
Yeah, that goes back to what I said in the past. You're like, oh, maybe the good outweighed the bad. Now you see it under the lens. I now see it, and it's very interesting. I think that stream was a success because you have seen the other side you maybe not have seen before, and DC has now both sides, and he sees what it took me a year to realize, a bit more than a year. So that was Redpillers. So yeah, I like your takeaway. What's your takeaway, DC? What do you take away from Redpillers and the content they make?
Yeah, I agree with you and Gray. And now that I've seen it, yeah, I'm starting to understand the Redpillers like content and all that better. But yeah, because at first I had almost like no idea other than given that this is our podcast, and I'm guessing it would be something anti-woke, like something like that related. And I didn't realize much about them until this podcast. But yeah,
It's very similar. In the intro I did some kind of parallel, like that crew is almost the same crew as anti-woke people, but their attention is more driven toward relationships and women than media and TV shows and movies and stuff. But the approach here again is kind of lacking. It's not that great. That's why I decided to unsub to every Red Pill content, except for the more nuanced one I was talking about. And these one are ironically with irony.
Ironically,
Yeah, and ironically, yeah, made by women. They are more nuanced than us. And then we have all these men bashing women, and the women are talking more truth than them. This is some kind of paradox there. So yeah, I think the manosphere should be better and look back at what they were trying to do when they first started and say, we went too far. Maybe we should try to be more gray, more nuanced, more in between.
I mean, you can try and be more gray, but that can only be one.
Anyway, I had the blast this week. Thank you very much, DC and Gray. Any closing thoughts?
not for me.
How long you guys been going tonight? Well, it's near the end, my friend, but you can always look the playback either at Gray's Puppet or DC's channel, because I will unlist this. Maybe I will give it an hour or two and I will unlist this from my channel, but you can still watch it on Gray's. Gray's will take it out probably Tuesday unlisted. Monday it will be unlisted. But yeah, it will be on DC. It will stay on DC channel.
Yep.
And it will be unlisted on mine.
Yeah, a little over 4 hours currently. Yeah, we've been going for a minute.
Yeah.
We dove deep into the manosphere.
I had a blast, and that's funny because finally one video was more than enough. I'm surprised. I was like, oh, maybe we'll cover 2 videos, but one is more than enough.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah. Thank you a lot, guys. I had a blast. Both of you take care. We will talk later and have a great day.
Same you too. Bye.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for
Bye.
watching.